Shalom, shalom, remnant. Shabbat shalom to the elect. Shabbat shalom to the called and the chosen, and those have returned. Hallelujah. So this is another Shabbat lesson with Shibaya, and we want to give Yah glory and thanks. I'm here with another portion, another wing of the family of the returns. Say hallelujah. Hallelujah. Right? Coming out. Hallelujah. So giving all honor and glory and praises to Yahweh El Elyon, the Most High Power, our Father in heaven, to Yah Yahushua, our High Priest, after the order of Melchizedek, our High Priest forever on the throne, vying for your sins as we give a daily sacrifice, and to the Malek Yahweh, the Holy Angel, Yahweh's angel, the Holy Spirit, Kadosh, 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 to the three of them. Amen. Hallelujah. Yah is good. So we know that there's much fighting on the internet. Leaders going against leader, preacher against preacher, teacher against teacher, male against female. And y'all know I'm in the middle of it all. How do you know who's the real warriors of Yah? How do you know who's on the side of good and evil? That's an easy question at the end of the day, but yet a complicated one for those who don't know how to search out righteousness in themselves, because they will judge a matter by the wickedness in their own heart. So yes, I'm in YouTube wars with nigger brews, male and female, wolves, hyenas, according to Jediyah, and lions too. But we know that all lions are not of Yah. And so we're going to go into prophecy. I'm going to take this opportunity, and I'm going to continue to take this opportunity. The more light that you share on me, the more darkness that you try to spread on me, I will take that opportunity to continue to shine the light on the word of Yah, the whole purpose of why I came in the first place. Now, I'm going to do this every time. Everybody that tries to make me a, how do I say, the trophy of their YouTube wars, I'm going to use them, right? No matter how low they bring my name down, I'm going to use them to bring light to Yah's word, to his truth and his name, the reputation of what he said he was going to accomplish and do, and those that are heeding his call. So you're not going to stop me. I just want y'all to know that y'all not going to shut me up. You're not going to stop me from speaking the word of Yah. The best you got is to convince people that it's an abomination to hear the voice of a woman. You go for that. But the more you put light on me, the more you go after me for a war, and the more wolves that you think that you shaking and baking up to watch me go down, they got to watch me fight. They got to watch me. And so as you continue to try to get them to not listen to me, the only thing you're doing is actually causing a platform for them to be like, well, you know what? I don't like this witch. Let me go check her out. I don't like what I'm hearing about. Let me go check her out. And all you're going to come up at the end of the day was like, well, she's speaking truth. Oh, don't worry. All of you knucklehead, knickerbrews have tried that and speak so much evil against me. And just about every time y'all did that, a couple of your own members took a look and said, y'all are liars. This sister, this is a servant of Yah. She's speaking the truth. Now, just so y'all not clear, this is not about this. So I'm going to play this, right? I'm going to play this scenario, and then we're going to get to the message. I will shake the heavens and the earth. Yah has shaken the earth before when we came to meet him in the mountain. But he did not shake the heavens and the earth in our lifetime of Adam. We don't know what that looks like. We cannot comprehend the presence of Yah. He talks about all you that look forward to that day of Yah's presence. Oh, really? Do they not know that this is a day of darkness for the wicked? Only the righteous will be able to stand and see the light. But that day is gross darkness for the whole world of the wicked. But yet y'all look forward to that day. Can't wait to see that day. Who gonna stand in that great fight? Who understands the power of Yah, the presence of Yah? I will shake the heavens and the earth. Now, I'm gonna say again, all of these knucklehead knickerbrews that keep attacking me with slander, with women's speech and feminist speech and misogynist speech or whatever they coming up with, one is because they know that I'm about to destroy their lying doctrine about multiple marriage. They're fornicating doctrine that they're teaching you, right? They're fornicating doctrine, the two doctrines of demons in the end, right? And we're going to get to that. It says in the last days, there will be two doctrines, right, of demons. And that is to hinder marriage, not abstain, hinder marriage and abstain from certain foods. Touch not, eat not, da, 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 da. And that is the two doctrines that's catching up this so-called walk for people to believe that they're spiritual. Now, what does hinder marriage mean? It could not mean promote celibacy, because the Bible speaks very clearly, as I just put a lesson out, on the holiness of celibacy, of keeping yourself. So doctrines of abstaining or preventing marriage is fornication. Doctrines that teach fornication. The law of Yah is, if you sleep with a young woman outside of marriage, you have fornicated. How to fix it, it's not righteousness now. It is a judgment that you must marry this young lady. And when you marry this young lady, you can never divorce her. Even if she fornicates. How are you going to divorce the woman for fornication when that's how you got her? Y'all's judgments are righteous. We don't have shotgun weddings no more. Y'all got another speech for your young sons. Sow your wild oats, just don't come back with stale bread or disease or kids. Y'all know. That's what y'all teach your sons on the side while you promote, right, that your daughters are the most wickedest things in the world because they a bunch of whores and prostitutes. I'm gonna show you what they know I'm coming for that. They know I'm coming for that. And then these fools that think they super spiritual because they trying to lose weight because they've been looking like Teletubbies all their life, right? Right? They trying to lose weight and they in their 30s looking like they 50s. And somebody might be, well, look at you. You think I'm in my mid 40s. I'm going my 50s, y'all. I'm going through it's time. Body change. It's just time, right? But now they over here talking about you can't eat. You eat meat. It's an abomination to eat meat and wine and all of this other stuff, y'all. And they think they holy. They think they holy. Why they still do wickedness? Why they still got profane mouths? Why they still lie, cheat, deceive, slander, backbite? Don't make no sense. Why they still false prophesize to you, right? And this doctrine about multiple wives in the kingdom. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of the skirt of one man. Yeah, we're going to get to it. And so they don't want that because that has been the motto for them reigning like kings this whole time. Kings in their own house. But we have this knucklehead fat neck Jediyah that was stupid enough to get on the YouTube, marry 2 wives. Well, he didn't marry 2 wives. Bring his whore next to him, present her as a wife, and have 2 women on his, like, even the brothers, most of the brothers never even flaunted their first wife because their doctrine about women shouldn't speak or whatever. They didn't even have their first wife on it. But this nigga wanted to brag in front of the whole world and bring 2 of his concubines on his sides, 2 of his whores or Jezebel's hyenas on his sides, and brag to the world. And it's backfiring on his behind. So now I'm going to use him for the example, right? He thought he was going to do it better. We have all these husband and wife ministries. Everybody think that ministry is marriage. And they use it and they're putting their marriage up on the YouTube as idol worship for somebody to what? Envy, adore, look at. Y'all marriages is full of fornication, is crap. Y'all can be Bonnie and Clyde all you want. It's still in wickedness. It's not in the righteousness of Yah. But Jediyah was stupid enough to put Bonnie, well, Clyde is the man, right? Clyde, Bonnie, and Bonnet. He put Clyde, Bonnie, and Bonnet, right? And the 2 bunny rabbits that came out of that. So give me 1 second. Let me make it clear if anybody is following Jediyah's rampage on finding the spirit of Jezebel and trying to destroy the spirit that Yahushua was supposedly put down on the cross, but it keep coming back. Don't make no sense. All right. And then I'm gonna get into the purpose of Yah's word. Why they hate? Because I'm here to bring, first of all, Yah's message of come out. They don't like that because that's their money. That's their money. That's their congregations. That's their businesses. You can't do that on this side like that. And this multiple wife stuff, that's their lust, right? I'm getting rid of all of this, right? Y'all is destroying their whole house, right? With both messages, and they don't want that. I know y'all want to get me. I know what y'all want. Give me a second. All right, I want to play this for all y'all that might be following the drama. Like I said, it's not about the fight. It's about bringing glory to Yah's name and use every medium or opportunity that the devil keeps using to glorify Yah's name and bring truth and light to his word. So all of y'all that's following this knucklehead, fathead, right? Fat neck, right? Do the Jezebel forever in a spell type teachings. This is, I said it again, this is because a lot of y'all coming new to him and y'all really don't know what's going on, right? Why he doing this all of a sudden? But I want to show you that he recognized me as the prophet that didn't know the word, that got busted for lying on the word himself. And he just mad, y'all, because I used him to show that he's falsifying. And I had to, because his doctrine is dangerous about the rapture. We're going to get, y'all's going to shake the heavens and the earth. But this rapture doctrine that came out the church is a heretical, dangerous fairy tale that's causing our people not to wake up and see clearly what Yah has said to the house of Israel about our return, right? So this is why this nigga boo is continuously trying to attack me and point people to my direction as a Jezebel lion, whatever. This is the real issue. Let's take a listen.
Amen. Now, for this video, taking out of context what was said, there's no need to really go really deep into it. We just clarified our position as we did in the original video. We are not against people who leave, the states because of whatever they have to do. But when you teach it as a doctrine, that if you don't get a plane ticket, then you don't have salvation. Basically, what this woman is teaching is that she bought her own salvation. Because you have to buy a ticket, a boat, a plane ticket or whatever to get out of here. And if you don't do that, then you're damned to hell. So in other words, she bought her own salvation, and she's a prophet who teaches this, which is out of order. So let's see what the scripture says. This is Old Testament, sister. I know you should know something about that. Let's go to Micah chapter 4. Micah chapter 4. Let's do.
Let me pause that. Let me just, some of you that's coming in and don't understand what's going on. So he's talking to me. I'm that sister that is now the Jezebel witch in every other video. This is the beginning of our beef because he actually bought Malchus or helped buy Malchus' first plane ticket. Now, I don't teach buying a plane ticket is salvation. That's what he's trying to reduce the acts of our coming out to. Nobody ever taught that. He's lying, isn't he lying? All of you that got here that bought a black plane ticket, everybody didn't have to buy a plane ticket with their own money, did they? No, not everybody. Did I ever teach that's your salvation once you get here? Absolutely not. No, never taught that. And so like I said, this is 2019. I want y'all to understand we in 2022. There's been a 2-year battle of him getting destroyed by falsifying, first, my words, and 2, lying on the word of Yah. And so the very thing that he's going to try to read right now, because he swears he knows prophecy so well, right? That I busted him on the very thing that he's trying to preach over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And what I'm about to show you again still shows you that he does not know the word of Yah, and he is a false prophet and a false teacher. All right, let's finish listening. So he's talking to me. You can see that he has been angry with me from the beginning, but I never went after him. He went after me. He liked me. He liked Malcolm. He thought he wrote a letter, thought I was the best thing that ever happened to Malcolm. gave Malcolm her first $100 to buy her plane ticket to come to Israel, get some rest and some healing, which actually did happen. I thanked him then. I'm going to thank him again. Thank you, devil, because he also can support you, right? He'll make the devil support you. Thank you, devil, right? But nobody spoke anything about salvation, right? We definitely need to get out for some healing, but salvation is not until the very end, and that's what we're going to talk about. That's what we're going to talk about. So this is what he's still mad at, y'all. That's what he's mad at. All right. And then he did a video. Then he watched me. After praising me, he wanted to understand more about me. Then he scoured through my videos and found out that I had the coming out message that went against his whole doctrine. And then he attacked me. All right.
Verse 10. Page Hebrew Israelite Scriptures. If you have the gold or silver edition, that's page 443. We're going to go through this real quick.
Okay. Micah chapter 4, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion.
Who's the daughter of Zion? The daughter of Zion. That's the children of Israel, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Be in pain and labor to bring forth. This precepts with the book of Revelation chapter 12. The woman giving birth in the wilderness. And then the dragon comes after her. Y'all familiar with that scripture? Mm-hmm. This is the precept for this Old Testament. That woman represents the nation of Israel. In pain to deliver, to bring forth in these last days. Go ahead. Start over from the top.
Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt dwell in the field.
So we shall go out of the city of Babylon, and we're going to dwell in the field, which is in the wilderness. Go ahead.
And thou shalt go even to Babel.
So I did this before. I want y'all to see. You see how he added something to the scripture, right? It didn't say that. It's talking. Where's Zion at this point of who's talking? Micah. Where's the daughter of Zion? He's given the whole breakdown of our scattering from beginning to end. Where are we getting scattered from? Jerusalem, Israel. So when he says, for now, from this time, shalt thou go forth out of the city. What city? Jerusalem. And shall dwell in the field. Where we got scattered to? In the fields. And then a lot of us went into what? The lands of Africa. Right? And thou shalt even go until Babel. It's saying this is your whole scattering trail. From this city, which is Jerusalem, all the way to Babylon. But he added something.
Thou shalt go unto Babel, which is Babylon.
It didn't say that.
There shalt thou be delivered.
From the land of Israel, we're going to be delivered.
There, Babel, shalt thou be delivered.
From the Bahamas, we're going to be delivered.
There shalt thou be delivered.
From Egypt, we're going to be delivered.
Babel, there shalt thou be delivered.
From, where else are they fleeing to? Where are these people fleeing to?
Africa, right?
Yeah. To Bantu. We're going to be delivered from there?
It says, and thou shalt go even to Babel.
Babel is Babylon.
There shalt thou be delivered.
There shall Yah deliver us. We don't need to buy plane tickets to go to Israel in order to be delivered. Go ahead.
There Jehovah shall redeem thee.
Where's there?
Babel.
Babylon. Read.
There
Jehovah shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies. See, you see, this so-called prophetess, this is Old Testament scripture. I mean, this is not that. We're not even, I could do a lesson. It's not worth the time. There's not enough time left on social media to address something as simple as this.
Pause. 2 years later. 2 years later. This is when he was screaming, come follow me on Patreon and all. I got my book out, pay for my Patreons. They kicking us off of YouTube because the famine of the word is here now. But he jumped right back on what, like 2 weeks later? Okay, so he didn't have time to go through this. So I went through it for him to show him that he don't understand what he just read. He's implicating. So if we have been scattered to the four corners of the earth, would that included the most of us going into Babylon, into the land of our enemies, then where would we be rescued from? Babylon, right? What Now, the question is how. And his how is too simple to go into this. His how is a cloud is going to come and get y'all. Y'all going to poof up and grow wings. The righteous will remain in the cloud. And the wicked of us is going to be dropped off in the wilderness to go through 3.5 years of some trials and tribulations until we get right. That's his doctrine. Now, let's get to the word. No, well, let's let him finish slandering me. And then we're going to get to the word.
Yah said he's going to deliver us from Babylon because you left on your own accord and went to Israel, and you failed to teach on what's really going on in Israel, the sins of the land. We have, Brother Jonathan did, and we brought that out. You failed to do that, prophetess. You failed. Now, because we're here waiting on your salvation, but you bought a plane ticket, that doesn't make you a prophetess. That doesn't mean that all of us here in the United States are going to burn in the fire when Yah brings judgment. When he says, there.
I'm going to show you that's exactly what it means. Everyone that does not flee and get out before the wrath of Yah, the indignation falls on that city, will burn and go to hell. It does mean it. And I'm going to prove it by Yah's word. He's a liar. And he's angry. He's in his emotions, right? He's been feminine from the beginning to the end, y'all. Just because he let the gray come out on his face, don't mean he got any wiser. He just got wickeder, but he's still feminine, angry. You're going to burn. Wiser in his wickedness.
Here will he bring salvation.
That's right.
So when he brings judgment on the heathens here, he will deliver us at the same time. That's why when you go to the book of Revelation, chapter 12, it says this woman, he gave wings of an eagle and flew her into the wilderness. So while Babylon is being burnt with fire, he's going to lift us up into the air and bring us into the wilderness. But you don't know that. Prophetess.
Self-proclaimed.
Now watch this slander. Watch this.
So there's no need to do a whole video. I think that should suffice. People laughing.
Look at the hyena. They're not laughing anymore.
You know, it's again, it's what we always teach you. I'm glad that many of you, those of you who have seen it, are using wisdom and discernment. Because that is what, you know, Kai Yeshua has never been about. You can't watch somebody, you can't listen to somebody. No.
That's a lie. What do you teach now? Don't listen to me, don't watch me, because I'm a woman. That's his next move, because what's happening is that I proved him to be lying on the word and understand nothing. Now I did the revelations. What does it mean that he's gonna give you 2 wings of an eagle? The interpretation is right there in the same chapter. He doesn't know how to read.
We want you to listen, as Yehoshua says, having ears to hear and eyes to see, so that you can discern what is being spoken and if it aligns with scripture.
Y'all still laughing out there. Don't laugh at the lady. She's lonely out there.
That crystal clear, bruh.
She's lonely out there. I know you probably want company from, you know, brothers and sisters here. I understand that, but that's not how you go about doing that, sis. All right? I love you, though. Y'all bless you.
You can see why he's mad now? Because I'm not lonely. What I got, he won. We got assemblies all over this land for where Abraham walked, right? We got assemblies in the return, not just in one place, right? That we are fellowshipping together in Yah. I got my brothers, my sisters, my mothers, my daughters, my nieces, my nephews, my grandmas. What? He's jealous. He thought I was lonely at the beginning. I was never lonely. In fact, I can't wait to get away from y'all sometimes. I be like, y'all, I gotta go away. I need some, too much family. So you can see his envy and jealousy from the beginning. And now he's mad because I have an assembly. Unofficially, like I didn't show a lot for a long time, but I showed a little bit here, a little bit there. And he's mad because he's jealous. and Yah's word is coming true. And so wait, look at the smut. You just lonely. We love you anyway. You could see that the jealousy, he wish he had me at the end of the day. Not okay.
All right. So
Okay, I proved my point. I'm gonna continue to leave my messages with this nigga right here. So I'm gonna continue to leave my messages by making Jediyah my whipping boy. Continue to prove he's a false prophet. He's a false leader. He's a wolf in sheep clothing. He's a liar. He's an envious, covetousness, jealous man. And he's super duper feminine. All in his motions. And he wants to destroy what it is that Yah has put in my hands. And so we're gonna go to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. So now he said that it's not true that this is a lying prophet or lying prophecy, that if the children of Israel don't flee and escape Babylon, that they're not gonna burn when Yah's wrath come upon the nations. And I proved this for over 100 hours of teachings. What Yah said, that as Babylon goes down, so does the children of Israel. That we are inside the whore, and we have become one with the whore. That we are one in the same with her. When you say Babylon, Egypt, Assyria, that's us too, because we the ones that helped make her so great. And we don't want to leave because we are part of her. Right? Y'all said I will shake the heavens and the earth. Now, what is this all about? Putin right now, y'all see what's going on, that he has bombed the Ukraine. And people are shocked and surprised, right? And, you know, a lot of people think they understand the politics. You could simplify it. Some people talk about the politics of how, you know, yes, NATO coming in, right? In the borders of Russia. Why? Because they know prophecy. They know that Russia is prophesized. China and Russia and a couple of other nations are prophesized to be the last standing army that destroys Babylon. They know that. And so they have America through NATO and United Nations have waged war, and the League of Nations have waged war against every nation that was prophesized to clan up together and destroy her through sanctions, through wars, and overturning of governments based upon they got weapons of mass destruction and terrorism. It's not all false, but it's propaganda so that America could not be blamed for the much death that they have shed across this world and everybody else's backyard. How you go to somebody else's backyard and kill them and saying it was a threat to me? You know that don't work, right? So the police come to your house, come to somebody's house, and you call the police, be like, "There's a dead man here. Where's it at?" In their own yard. Why they dead? I killed them. Why they dead? Because they was a threat to me. But you in their backyard. How was they a threat to you? Did anybody ever send a bomb to America? No, they use that little plane attack to make an excuse, but that ain't working. We already know. Come on now, right? And all of those people that was so-called involved was in the hands of America, had deals. So now we got Russia. Ever since the Cold War, over 50 years ago, America has waged war against the 5 axes of evil, right? Made the communists, right, to make sure that they didn't overturn the dollar, to make sure they didn't overturn the power structure that America, NATO set up with Britain and France, and America through the oil of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. They took over the oil, made a deal with Arabia and all of them, and this through the petrodollar. Through the petrodollar, America has sat on the neck, and through the petrodollar of the gas, they have been able to keep every country under submission financially, and through the sanctions. And so Russia has been under the sanctions and been a poor country according to World Economic Standard for over 50 years. And so Russia already, y'all, this is already scripted. We already know the end of the matter. Y'all sitting up there, they sitting up at the table doing what? Acting like they having negotiations. about how to change the event. And Russia already knows what's going on and what's going to happen, and so does America, because it's written all in Daniel about the king of the north against the king of the south. That they keep coming back to the table and having false negotiations. Now we're going to read a little bit of Daniel. I'm not going to go through all of it because Daniel is the anacles of every king or empire that represented the king of the north to the king of the south. So it was all the way to Ptolemy, and all the way down to these kings that reigned from Syria to Egypt, the king of the north against the king of the south, represented at that time with Cleopatra, and I forget all the names of all of those Greco-Roman warriors that fought, and Israel was in the middle. But that war continued all the way to the last day. So who is the king of the north and king of the south? And people read that, right, and not understanding who's the victim in the end. Who's the victim? It's prophesied. But we're going to go a little more in depth about this. So our people still speaking very haughty. Before Russia's not going to destroy Ukraine, y'all. It's going to take it over. He's got to humble it first. But that's his land. He's not going to just nuke his land, y'all. He's not going to nuke Crimea. He's not going to nuke Belarus or any of the ones that he took over. I can't all at the top of my head, they're not coming to me. But his old territories. That's his land. And he's taking it back because y'all stole it from him with fake governments and coups. He's coming to take it back. Right? So that he's not going to destroy that. He's humbling them to come back underneath his mission. With that, the whole 50 years while y'all strangled the neck of the Axis Evils of Five and any other country that supported them or wasn't involved with NATO, they've been planning this whole time for a strike. They coming together and they're going to destroy Babylon, America. And anyone that has in league NATO with Babylon, America. But some of those countries that's in NATO, they double dipping and they're going to switch out. They're going to switch out in the very end of the matter as they watch. But what I will tell you is that when Russia keeps talking about bombing the world with nuclear power, and he knows that it is going to be a worldwide catastrophe. If he's willing to do that, that means he's going to be the one that fixes it. He already has a plan, y'all. Right? And y'all don't know who the new beast is. Now, I'm not going to say Putin in particular. He's the one that's reigning. He's the prince of Russia right now. He's the king of Russia. But he's also the head, the chief of the war, of the army, of the new army to come between Iran, Korea, China. He's the head, y'all. He's the head of all of those nations that's prophesied to come together and destroy America. Now tell me, y'all gonna survive a nuke. Let's see what YAH says. Let's see what YAH says about our gathering, because I keep asking people, show me how y'all's gonna gather. Don't tell me we poof it up with wings in the cloud, Negro. YAH took us by the cloud before. He took us on, he bore us on eagle's wings before. When did anybody poof in a cloud? It's a parable. But because these people still read ABC 1, 2, 3 fairy tales, they don't know, because they're not prophets, they don't know the lingo of YAH. I will shake the heavens and the earth. One more time. What does that mean? There is something prophesied about the head. They have lifted up the head. The nations have lifted up the head. The word head means Rosh, or Rosh in Hebrew is the interpretation of they have lifted up the Rosh. But the word Rosh is a play on the prince of Russia, of Rus. They have lifted up the prince of Russia. He's about to take over, and he's going to be the commander, the white rider on the horse. All right. So, Russian song, Bombing of America, that was the song by the Russian concert choir of St. Petersburg on February 23rd, 2019. 2019, 2 years ago, This song was written in 1980 by Andrei Kolovsky, 3 years ago. And it was sung during a celebration of the Defender of the Fatherland Day. Let's read it, because this is the song that the fat lady sings when it's over. Lyrics. On a submarine with a nuclear motor, yes, with 100 megaton bombs. I crossed the Atlantic and called to the gunner. Set the target on Washington City. Petrov, and Petrov means the rock, right? It's the Russian name for Peter. True la la la, true la la la, I can do everything for 3 rubies. Didn't we see all the sanctions that have been put on Russia? And now you see this Neanderthal, what's the president's name again of America? What's his name? Biden, get up there and says, we have put sanctions on Russia like never before. We have strangled his account. We have cut him out of the whole situation. His rubies will be nothing worse than 0.035, right? Listen to it. What is Russia saying? What is Russia saying, y'all? Right? Yes, true la la la, I can do everything for 3 rubies. Hello, new land of adversary. Who's the new land of adversary? NATO? America is the new land, the new world that became Russia's adversary. I'm sorry, America. Good America. But 500 years ago, you were discovered in vain, burned in half the land of the adversary. And on the airplane, so he's talking about submarines. It has already been reported that Russia has 2 submarines bearing nuclear bombs on the West Coast and the East Coast underwater. They already know this. And on the airplanes in the skies is my friend Vulture. He came to visit, and his hatches are not empty. And on a submarine with a nuclear motor, the crew sang a funny song, true la la la, true la la la, we can do everything for 3 rubies. You will burn the land of the adversary. Sweetie nap in Norfolk flights. On the shore, sleep tired toys. Negroes sleep quietly. What are you saying? Y'all niggas is dumb. I tried to help y'all doing the civil rights movement, but y'all thought I was the enemy. Oh well, y'all caught up, y'all sleepy, y'all don't know what's going on. If y'all was smart, y'all would run. Right? Sleepy, tired toys. Well, we just toys to America, something to play with. Negroes sleep quietly. What? Y'all gonna die too. I'm sorry, America, good America, but 500 years ago, you were discovered in vain. True la la la, true la la la. I can do everything for 3 rubies. Burn in half the land of adversary. True la la la, I can do everything for 3 rubies. Burn in half the land of the adversary. A song by the Russian concert choir in St. Petersburg on February 23rd, 2019. All right, y'all. Y'all think Russia is a joke? They've been planning this for so long. So long, and they playing their pieces right. And we the fools that think it ain't gonna happen. That we can just talk and bark big. And after all the sanctions that they put on Russia, that it's not coming back to get them. They killed Gaddafi when they wanted to overturn the petrodollar, right? They killed Iraq, right? They killed, what's his name? Saddam Hussein, right? They killed all of those nations that was rising up to either overturn the petrodollar with gold, right? Or either gain nuclear power to be able to fight back. But it's done. It's done. The world has been supplied with nuclear power by Russia, y'all, and China. And Russia is the #1 leading in nuclear weapons. And they got ones that we don't understand yet. It's not ballistic missiles, according to him. And they won't miss, according to him. And what I know about Russians, because I lived amongst them a lot of my life in the land of Israel, and we see that there's a lot of them here. Russian mafia and Chinese mafia is the most cruelest mafia you could ever imagine. They worse than the Italians and the Jewish mafia all together. They are not to be played with. They about taking your whole lineage out. They don't play. All right. So now I've done this chart before, and like I said, everything that I'm doing here is a rerun of what I already taught in detail. But I got to keep it alive so people understand. And some people might get it this time and might not get it another time. This is a small chart that I put together, and there's much more details on it. But unfortunately, you can see it's only so much I can get on the page to understand the timeline of events. First seal, second seal, third seal, fourth seal, right? Fifth seal, sixth seal, seventh seal. If you read that it talks about the sixth and seventh seal, which is in the middle of the week, y'all. This is the middle of the week. This is called noonday. That's noonday. And there's prophecies about the darkness of noonday, the wrath of Yah that's coming in the noonday. That's in the middle of the day. That's not the end, not the last days of the 7 days. Now, then we have first trump, second trump, third trump, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. And at the end of that, there is something called the great wrath of Yah, the great judgment, right here. But the sixth seal and the seventh seal is prophesied that a great earthquake. The sixth seal says it's a great earthquake. I'm going to shake the heavens and the earth one more time. And after that earthquake, it triggers another earthquake. That earthquake represents the scattering of Israel, complete. Every time y'all talks about I'm going to shake the heavens or shake the earth, it's war between nations, and we are in those nations and we get scattered because of it. And a real earthquake that will take place. War. And then we have at the sixth and the seventh trump, two great earthquakes. Another great earthquake, which is the second woe, and the third woe, which is the second trump, is the greatest earthquake of them all. This sixth and seventh seal is called the vengeance of the Lamb. The vengeance, the wrath of the Lamb. We're going to read some of these scriptures, not everything. And in that, you'll see in Revelation 6, the sun, black moon is blood, stars fall, like the fig tree cast untimely fruit. And I gave you in the coming of the Son of Man, he said, now learn the parable of the fig tree. What is this about? Our destruction as well. The sign of the time is based upon what's happening to us. That great earthquake is not going down. That great war is not, Babylon is not going down until he gets us in the nations. I'm going to prove that. That's the sign. When Russia sees that the country from within goes away, that's when he's going to bomb. But the trouble, the woman in travail from within is what Yah is using to get us to flee. Some of us are smarter, and we're not going to wait to the third hour, to the end of the 3.5 years of our tribulation, to the great portion of the tribulation to flee. Some of us are fleeing all the way from the first seal. This is not back to back to back to back. I'm not going to go into it today. The white, red, black, pale horse is nothing other but another union of armies coming together across this world. The white horse, and he sat with a bow and a crown, went to conquer, is Russia. The bow equals arrows of fire. That is Russia. He's conquering with the bow and with a crown, but he hadn't struck anything yet. He's been conquering the whole time. But all of this is, how do I say, overlap. It's not, this is going to happen, and then this is going to happen, and then this, the white. No, these 4 horsemen is prophesied in Zechariah. And then he said, I saw 4 carvers. Who are the 4 carvers? Well, these 4 carvers, which are the 4 horses, is coming to destroy the 4 horns that scattered Israel. That's a world war. That's the horsemen. And go and see where these horses are going. 2 is destined to go to the North Country where we at. Now, I'm not going to go into all that today. Check me out. Right? And all of these scriptures line up with that. What's the problem now is that Negroes don't know how to count and they don't understand time. You have been told that when Babylon goes down, that's right here. But I'm telling you that the prophecy of Babylon, that Babylon will continue with a stump until the very end. So every nation that rose up as the world empire was known as the Babylon of that day. Who's the Babylon of today? America. So when America goes down, when that Babylon goes down, it warms the whole world now. So that couldn't be the end of the last days. That is called the end though, but it's not at the last, it's called the noonday. What's going to happen in the noonday? But everyone believed that when Babylon goes down, that's the kingdom, and that's it. No, there's another 3.5 years of another kingdom who's an ancient kingdom and a combination of all the ancient kingdoms coming back together to become that dragon. And that's this war in the wilderness. That's this war. We ain't here yet, y'all. This war is going to trigger these plagues, right? This is called the wrath of the Lamb. Our fleeing starts from all of these forces, right? All of this. This is what he's conquering now. Taking peace from the earth to kill one another by the sword. That's what's going on now. Balance 1 wheat penny, 3 barley penny. Who's the wheat? We're going to be cut up in 3 portions. Waste not the wine or the oil, the ones that are sealed with the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach, and the ones that are destined to be sealed with the oil on their foreheads, his name. Waste them not, but yet 1 wheat for 3 barleys, right? That is the beginning of us, right there, of the measuring line. And that measuring line goes all the way here to the pale horse, all the way here to how long for vengeance for the martyrs. And it says more martyrs got to be slain. So it can't be the end of the matter. It's all waiting on us. And it's waiting on 144 to get sealed. Don't waste the wine or the oil. But now here, the fig tree is falling. That's judgment on us. And when that happens right at this point, y'all, that's when Russia will strike. That's when Russia will strike. 2 earthquakes. And this is what we don't understand. All right, let's get it. So I said again that we have confused that there's 2 wars that's going on. There's 2 wars. And all the prophets, they talk about 2 different wars that Israel will be caught up in. And no one makes the distinction that the first war is wrath on us. When these prophets talk about the first war, you'll see Yah talks about our judgment being included in that shaking and baking. And then he'll get to the other war when we are going to rule with him and conquer. But they are replacing the second war with the first one. And this is where they all going wrong. Jeremiah 50, we're going to do Jeremiah 50, 51. We're going to get some details. Y'all know it, but I'm going to make some if and thens type logic about the situation, as there are people that want to say, no, this had happened already. It's past tense. It's dual prophecy is what it is. But there's things about that couldn't be, because all the prophets spoke about the end, y'all. All of them. All of them. And then we're going to get some more prophets. At the sound of the capture of Babylon shall shake the earth, and her cry shall be heard among the nations. That goes with Revelation. When they burned the whore, So as I said, there's 2 wars that's predicted. In Joel, it talks about 2. Hosea talks about 2. Ezekiel talks about 2 different wars. Zechariah talks about 2 different wars. Jeremiah talks about 2 different wars. Hosea or Amos. But nobody seems to understand that Yah is talking about 2 separate wars. They all talk about one we lose, that is also our judgment, and one we win, that is the very end of the matter. One is called the end. That's the first war. That's at the noonday. But one is called the last day. So when you got 7 days in a week, noonday is the beginning of darkness. The end of the day is called the end, but it's not the end of the whole day, right? It's the end of day as in daylight. Noonday, that's called the end. But there's something called the last days, the last 3.5 years of 7 years, or the last 3.5 days of 7 days is the last of the days, the last days. And we have convoluted and mixed the end with the last days, because there's a mystery about Babylon and we think it's all one and the same, right? Babylon the Great is going down. There will never, never, never be another Babylon as great as America. There will never be another Babylon that ruled as long as America Babylon. There will never be another nation that conquered the way Babylon America, that got as rich and that completed slavery to the height of it. And there will never be another great Babylon the way America was the greatest of them all. But yet there is one more Babylon that will raise up in the end, that will only reign for 3.5, a short time. And in that short amount of time, it will never be as great as America is. But what it is going to match is the level of wickedness in a short amount of time. So America's wickedness piled up over 200, 300, 400 years of wickedness and oppression. Imagine meeting that wickedness in the 3.5 year period across the world. That wickedness, y'all said, okay, I can't. That kind of oppression and rule for 3.5 years, y'all can't allow. It only has 3. It's not the great Babylon. It's just the last one. It's going to be the last one, but not the greatest. Joel 3 talks about the last war. Let's get a distinction. This is the last war when we are in the wilderness. Let the nations arouse themselves and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. Yes, I did. No. Here it is. Sorry. Joel 3. Yahweh judges the nations. This is not Babylon. This is the nations, the whole world. For behold, in those days and in that time, when I restore the fortunes of Judah and Jerusalem. So what happened? In that time, he's restored us. I will gather all nations. So we already restored while the nations are still here. Where are we? In the wilderness. I will gather all nations and I will bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat. The valley of Shaphat, of the sentence of judgment. I will execute judgment on them there for my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have divided my land. I told you there's one more scattering, and the war that's about to happen from within the nations we are and without is going to cause us to be scattered all over again. And cast lots for my people. And I've given a boy for a prostitute and sold a girl for wine that they may drink. Yeah. Oh, no, y'all. You think this happened? Okay, you may think it's happened. But this is about to happen. Look at what they're doing to the Nigerians right now in Ukraine. Oh, that's nothing, y'all. Look at how they're treating the Africans right now. Oh, y'all, when this scattering comes, we're going to get it like never before. It's called the Great Tribulation. Yes, and what are you to me, Tyre and Sidon, and all the regions of Philistine? You will repay me, and if you repay me, I will swiftly and speedily return your repayment on your own head. Tyre and Sidon and Philistia is the coast of the land of Israel, within the borders. And they were known for the sales, the merchants that traded slaves. So he's calling them Tyre, Sidon, and Philistia right now. Because you have taken my silver and my gold. Who's the silver and gold? Yes. And have carried my finest treasures into your temples. There's going to be another slave trade, y'all. And our people are about to get scattered all across Africa, Middle East, and the New World as slaves for the New World. Watch. And have sold the children of Judah and the children of Jerusalem to the sons of the Greeks, that you may remove them far from their borders, so that they can't return to these borders. I will stir them up out of the place where you have sold them, and will return your repayment on your own head. And I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hands of the children of Judah, and they will sell them to the men of Sheba, to a faraway nation, for Yahweh has spoken. This got to be the last days. When did we sell anybody? When are we ever in a position to sell anybody? Okay. Proclaim this amongst the nations. Prepare for war. Stir up the mighty men and let all the warriors draw near. Let them come up to this valley. Beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I'm strong. Hurry and come, all you surrounding nations, and gather yourselves together. Cause your mighty ones to come down there to Yahweh. 12. Let the nations arouse themselves and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat, for there I will sit to judge all the surrounding nations. Put in the sickle. This is prophecy. Put in the sickle in Matthew's, for the harvest is ripe. There's 2 sickles that's going to be between the angels. There's 2 sickles, y'all. People don't read. This is the second sickle. Put in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. Come and tread, for the wine press is full and the vats overflow. For their wickedness is great. That's right. In the 3.5 years, the nations that have surrounded us, which is the new world, the new Babylon, the 10-toed nations of iron and clay, is going to be the wickedness of them all, because they are doing it in a short amount of time. Multitudes, multitudes in the valley of decision, for the day of Yahweh is near in the valley of decision. The sun and the moon are darkened, and the stars withdraw their shining. Yahweh will roar from Zion and thunder from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth will shake. But Yahweh will be a refuge to his people and a stronghold to the children of Israel. I'm gonna go back to the chart. Where are we? You see the sun, bloom, mud, right? You would think that that's right here. The heavens and the earth is going to shake. But we have an earthquake here and an earthquake here. But this is the great day of Yahweh. This is the final judgment. So is it here or is it here? Okay. One would say is this. No, it's not. Joel 3 is this. The wrath, great judgment. Joel 2 and 3. Ezekiel 38. That's not this, y'all. So what is this? Where the sun is black, the moon, the blood, stars falling like fig trees. Who's the fig tree? We are. This one, none of Israel is falling. Yahweh is going to roar from us. Yahweh is going to totally protect us at this time. I'm going to show we're in the wilderness. There's no figs falling here. That's what we just read. And they are confusing this earth shake and quake with this earth shake and quake. They both are world wars with nuclear power. A fire across the world. All right, let's go back. The sun and the moon are darkened and the stars withdraw their shining. Yahweh will roar from Zion and thunder from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth will shake, but Yahweh will be refuge to his people and a stronghold for the children of Israel. And if you want to understand more about how that's going to happen, I'll speak about it and blow the trumpet. in during the Feast of Sukkot about how y'all will become a cloud of fire by day. I mean, a cloud by day and a fire by night. A cloud that surrounds and the glory was not went inside of us. I speak about it in Zechariah, I believe it's 2, where he says that he's going to go before us like the angel of Yah, and the tents of David and the tribes of Israel and their women apart will what? Will become like a fire upon the earth and a canopy that's going to cover us. When they throw their arrows, do not be afraid. 1,000 will fall at your left and 10,000 on your right, but it won't touch you. Only you will see it with your eyes. That's it. That's this, y'all. That's this. All right. 17. So you will know that I am Yahweh, your Elohim, dwelling in Zion. He's already dwelling there, y'all. My holy mountain. It's already established. Then Jerusalem will be holy, and no strangers will pass through her anymore. In the wilderness, isn't it prophesied that strangers are coming up against us again? So if this is anymore, this must be that last time, at the end of the 7th trump, not at the 6th and 7th seal. It will happen in that day that the mountains will drop down sweet wine, and the hills will flow with milk, and all the brooks of Judah will flow with waters, and the fountains will come forth from the house of Yahweh. This is Gan Edan, and will water in the valley of Shittim. Egypt will be a desolation, and Edom will be a desolate wilderness, for the violence done to the children of Judah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land. But Judah will be inhabited forever, and Jerusalem from generations to generations. I will now let me say this. Egypt is going to be a part of that 10-toed nation that come up against us, and so is Palestine, Israel, where Edom is reigning now. They will be a part of that, but they won't be completely destroyed. Y'all already said it was going to be a remnant of Edom and a remnant of Egypt, and this is our land. So y'all is not going to desolate this land completely like that. Not completely, but it will be decimated. So I gave this prophecy. You can go back to, I come out on my people. So what I'm pulling out is what I put out there. The prophecy of the 10-toed beast. So in Revelation 12, that last dragon, 10 horns, which you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received a kingdom. This is where they're going wrong. Whoever these 10 kings are in Revelation have not yet received a kingdom. They got their own kingdom, right? What land don't have their own kingdom? But this is the kingdom. But they receive authority as kings with the beast for 1 hour, for one purpose, y'all. One purpose. These have one mind, that they will give their power and authority of themselves to this beast. These will wage war against the Lamb. That's Joel 3, right? But these 10 horns, before they wage war against the Lamb, is going to wage war against who? The whore, right? So they're waging war against the whore, the dragon, but then they also waging war. They're going to have power for 1 hour to wage war against the Lamb. That's 2 separate things. And the Lamb will overcome them, because he is Yahweh, the King of Kings, and those who are with him are called and chosen and faithful. So that's, we already called, chose, and we already came to the battle. This is not waiting for the call. This is not waiting for us to be chosen and to remain faithful to the end. This is the end where we remain called, chosen, and faithful. Ezekiel 38 is that last battle as well. Gog and Magog. That is the last battle, not after the 1,000 years. There is a misprint in Revelations that make you think there's 2 different wars of Gog and Magog. Son of man, set your face against Gog and the land of Magog. What's Gog and Magog? That's Russia and the Mongolian Empire in China. Russia is a part of that, y'all. The chief. So we got Mongolia and China. That's Korea. That's North Korea. That's all of those lands there. And the chief of Rosh. So we here in this land, y'all see a lot of Russians, but there's a lot of Russians that look like Chinese, don't they? Why they look like that? Because they two ancient nations that's really the same people, right? The prince, the chief, the Rosh of Meshach and Tubal prophesies against him and say, this says Sovereign Yahweh, behold, I am against you, O Gog, chief, prince of Meshach and Tubal. I will turn you around and put hooks in your jaws and bring you out with your whole army. That's what we just read. With your horses and your horsemen clothed in splendid armor and a great company with targets and shields, and all of them wielding with swords. Persia. That's the ancient Babylon. That's Iraq and Iran. That's Iran, y'all. Persia, Cush. What's Cush, y'all? It's not just Ethiopia. That's Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan. Who is under? Okay, they just did a vote right now. Who is not against Russia? Guess who was in that vote that they not have no problem with Russia doing what it's doing? Eritrea. That's part of Cush. They got Ethiopia's money. They got why? Ethiopia don't have to say nothing now. Notice Egypt. But how did Ethiopia get its sovereignty and not be conquered by Italy? They paid Russia with all the gold during the time of Haile Selassie. They paid Russia, and Russia gave them ammunition and guns to fight the Italian army. They owe Russia. What's that? Libya. Libya was also considered a country. They killed Gaddafi because Gaddafi wanted to take all the gold that he'd accumulated and unite Africa. They said, oh, heck no. But Russia got Libya too. We'll be with them with shields and helmets. So Africa is coming against us too, y'all. We're going to be trapped from one side to the next. We're going to be between these nations when these European armies come up with them. Also Gomer with all his troops, and Bet Tergama and his quarters, north with all his troops, and many nations with you. Now, these are old nations, so it's not carved out as far as Belarus, Russia, Turkey, but these are all of those peoples right now that you see coming to the table, figure out who will be on whose side on this war between Russia and who? NATO. Ezekiel, be prepared, prepare yourself, you and all your company assembled about you, and take command and guard to them. After many days, you will be visited in the latter years, the Be'achorit. That's not the end, the heights. This is different. Be'achorit is the latter days or the latter years. You will come to the land that has been returned from the sword. How we getting scattered? Ezekiel said that the way we got scattered is the way we're going to be gathered, through the sword, through tribulation, through war. The land that has returned from the sword, the gathered people from many nations against the mountain. That's what it is. They're coming against the mountains. We're the mountains now. We're Mount Zion, which has been desolated always. These people have been a desolation in that always, from empire to empire. Now they dwell safely. Why y'all won't mess with Negroes? They had what? Flu? Poof? Disappeared? What other terms craziness they got? Rapture? Kansas City, the Oz? Caught up? They had left, exited out from the nations, and now all of them dwell in safety. That's what we're trying to get to, right? That's some time from now, y'all. We ain't near here. We're not here yet. You will ascend like a storm, coming like a cloud to cover the land, and you and all your bands and many peoples with them. Thus says Sovereign Yahweh, on that day shall also come into your mind, and you will devise or think an evil scheme or a thought. You will say, I will go up and invade the land of the unwalled villages. That's us in the wilderness. I will go to them that are at rest, that live safely, All of them living without walls, no gates, no bars, y'all. Not this. And without gates and bars. To capture a spoil and take a prey and turn your hand against the resettled ruins or the desolate places of the people, removed or gathered from the nations. Who could that be? Live in livestock and goods. We're going to have life. That's our recouche, y'all. Livestock and goods. Living at the center highest part of the land. Sheba and Dedan, which is at the lower part, because it goes down, right? This is Arabia. It keeps going down. Sheba and Arabia is all the way down there in Ophir, Yemen, all the way down there. And the merchants of Tarshish and all her villages will say to you, because they coming across the Mediterranean, when they come across into the land from up north, right? They coming in from Africa side right there with their ships to come up from behind, and they coming up from up north to surround us. You have come to take a spoil? Have you come to take prey? Have you gathered to carry off the silver and gold? That's us. To take away livestock and goods and to seize and capture the great spoil? Therefore, son of man, prophesies to God. How could this be after the 1,000 years? Which says that it's 3.5 years. Thus says Yahweh of sovereign, in that day you will not on the dwelling of my people Israel that are living in safety now. You will come from your place in the far north. You and many nations with you, all of them riding on horses, a great horde, a mighty army. You will advance against my people Israel like a cloud that covers the land. And in the latter days, the be'achorit hayomim. That's not the end. Let me go back to the chart. That's the latter days. This is the be'achorit. This is called the end. Right here. That's the latter days. This is called the end. Okay. One more. Here we go. It will be, I will bring you against my land so that the nations may know me. This is us in our land, y'all, in the wilderness, so that the nations may know me when I consecrate wholly myself before their eyes, O God. Thus saith Yahweh the sovereign, you are the one who, the Prince of Rosh, you're the one I spoke of in former days by the servants, the prophets of Israel. There was always one servant that was prophesied that Yahweh was going to anoint to do a work for him. But then that servant was going to turn around and come against Yah because he didn't know Yah. There's one that was you, the one that all of the prophets spoke about. At that time, they prophesied for years that I will bring you against them. You the one? Oh, snap. And it was, why? Why is that a surprise? Because Russia ain't never put their hands on us. Russia never came up against us. Russia never took us in slavery. That's why they're going to survive. That's why they're going to be the last empire nation that rules, because they didn't do it. But they about to. So he could judge the whole world. It will happen in that day when God come against the land of Israel, declares Yahweh the sovereign. My furious anger from my face will come up in my jealousy and fiery wrath, fiery wrath. I will declare that at that time, there shall be a great earthquake in the land of Israel. Which one is it? Okay. Which one? This great earthquake? So there's a great earthquake and then there's the greatest. Or this one? This one. Could it be this one? It couldn't, because that's not the end of it. It got to be these ones right here, where it says, after the two witnesses are killed and they came up for war against the chosen. Okay. All right. The fish in the sea and the birds of the sky, the beasts of the field, and every creature that moves along the ground, and all the peoples of the face of the earth will tremble at my presence. The mountains will be thrown down, and the cliffs will fall, and every wall will fall to the ground. This is an earthquake. I will call for the sword against Gog through all my mountains, declares Yahweh the sovereign. Every man's sword will be against his brother. How? Because when that neutron, atomic, laser, super duper transistor bomb goes off, and we become what? A reciprocating grenade, right? A reciprocal bomb that when they throw it at us and y'all swoops, right? And we change. It says, and the earth will help the woman. It's going to fire, it's going to come. The earth is going to quake, open up its mouth and swallow the army. But the ranks behind, we already know that the army is not in one line. There's this, y'all know the war. There's the first brigade, and then you got ones that's coming in after the finish. No, the rest of them are going to wind up running. But that, how do I say, that nuclear wave of radiation is going to alter their minds and turn them crazy. Who's doing it? Do we have to pick up a sword? No. He said, what? Every man's sword will be against his brother. He gonna make them kill each other. They gonna be in the dark just swinging, not even knowing. It's like ghosts. Who's that? Right? Look, after he do what he do, y'all. All he said, 1,000 will fall by your left and 10,000, but it will. All you want to do is just see it with your eyes. I will execute judgment on him with the plague. What's the plague? What's the plague? All right. And bloodshed. I will pour down overflowing rain, hailstones, fire, and brimstone, and sulfur. What's that? Woo. Nah, that's everything. It's going to be electromagnetic. The earthquake, heaven and earth is going to rend in half. The earth is going to open up. The lake of fire is coming up. Every volcano, earthquake, and mountain will now what? Be overthrown. So we're talking about a whole shift on the earth. We're talking about fire, destruction, hailstorms, fire, brimstone, volcano eruption. This is the power of Yah. And a bomb. And I will rain down on him and on his troops and on the many nations with him. And so I will show my greatness and my holiness, and I will make myself known in the sight of many nations. Then they will know that I am Yahweh. All right. You are the one, the Prince of Rosh. There was one that all the prophets prophesied and said, you the one that's coming up against? You the horse and the rider? You're the white horse? The white horse who sat with a bow and a crown and went to conquer. You the one? Now there's the white horse here, and then there's Yahushua, the white horse. Okay, all right. Daniel 10, there was one prophesied. I'm not going to go through all of Daniel. In the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a thing was revealed unto Daniel, whose name was called Belshazzar. And the thing was true, but the time was great war. And he discerned the thing and had understanding of the vision. Now I came to give you an understanding of what will happen to your people in the latter days. This is her latter days. The Be'achorit Hayomim. This is our latter days. The latter days is not our latter days. Our latter days is the end. Watch this. Yet for the vision is for many days. I'm in Daniel 11, right? I'm not going through it all. I'm bringing out some points. And at the time of the end, heights, the king of the south, who's the king of the south? America. That's known as Egypt and Ptolemy, the Ptolemy Empire. And the king of the north at that time was the Seleucid Empire. And they was colliding, right? But this war is coming all the way to the time of the end. That's what's happening now, right? Let me go back. Hold on, I should have put one between every Hold on, maybe I need to pause this. Pause. So now there's something called the Be'at Korit Hayomim for your people. That would be called at the end of the day, the end. Watch. Right, so let's go back to the chart. What's going to happen to your people? What's happening to our, if this is the latter days for us? He talked about the latter days for the nations. So what's the latter days for us? If the latter days, what Daniel was about to say, looks like destruction, could this be the latter days for us? Or is this something called the end? Called, know the parable of the fig tree. The last days for us is our end. The last days for the nations is this. So this, I want, which one, right? This is called the end, kite. So now I'm going to give you understanding of what shall happen to your people in the latter days, right? This is for our people now. For yet the vision is for many days. And in the time of the end, right? The time of the end, that would be our latter days. It's called the kite, according to Matthew. We're going to go through Matthew's. The king of the south. So this couldn't be about the Seleucid dynasty and Ptolemy, Cleopatra and all of that. That is a continuation of whoever's representing the north and the south. And I'm telling you right now that the north of the south, whoever the king of Iran is the king of the north. Okay, somebody called Muhammad, right? But no, who's the real king? Who's the real king of Iran? Russia. He's the chief, right? The king of the south. Now I said, well, y'all don't understand north and south. Who's the king of the south? I'm telling you it's America, but I did this before. We're gonna look at the map. That's America. That's the kingdom of Greece that had Egypt, right? Where Egypt was. All right. And the king of the north will storm against him with chariots, with horsemen and with ships, with many, and will enter into countries. The word here is called arsot. Arsot. How do you say America in Hebrew? Arsot habrit. The countries with a covenant. That's included NATO. But arsot is from Eretz, lands, countries. Arsot habrit is how you say America. So he's going to storm against, the king of the north is going to storm against the king of the south and enter into countries, overflow them and pass through. Now, I done told all y'all Negroes, though y'all going to do it, and it's prophesied that we're going to wind up fleeing all the way through Africa, all the way to this border, and nowhere are we safe. Not even here in Egypt or even in the lands of Jordan. We still got to keep moving because they are what? They coming after us. There's no safety until Yah gathers us into the very final end, right? So we're not comfortable. What we are is saved from the destruction of Babylon. So I never preached that salvation was here, right? He will enter into the glorious land. What land is this? What's the glorious land? Coming up through Africa. He's going through countries. He's going to storm against the king of the south. So that means that he's going to destroy America, if that is the king of the south. Presuming, let's presume it. After he finishes that, he's coming to conquer the rest. He's coming up through who? Everywhere where NATO put they up through Africa. That's how we're going to be fleeing through Africa. And some of these African nations will be hand in hand with him. Then he's coming into the glory. That means he's coming up through Africa, up through Egypt. That's why we fleeing all the way to the border. Egypt is in the middle of America and Russia right now. They both pouring money into Egypt and they scoundrel. They like it. But they're going to have to make a choice in the end. And he's going to enter into the glorious land. That means what? He's coming to take over the promised land. He's coming up through Egypt. He's coming in, right? And he's going to take over Israel. The prophecy says that it's going to be a Syrian king that becomes what they say is the anti-Messiah. Well, who's the Syrian king? Muhammad Dabadul or whatever his name is? Or is it the Prince of Rosh? Okay. And these shall slip away from his hands. Edom, Moab, and the chief sons of Ammon. What's that? That's Jordan. Jordan is going to slip away, even though it may not look like it now. But that earthquake that comes up in the land of Israel and in this area is going to cause so much damage on that side that they're not going to believe that it's people that survive. It's going to scatter the Bedouins. They're not going to live in that environment no more. They're going to come across and join with Edom and Israel and stay up north. But the wilderness, Yah is going to close that off for us and hide us. Then he will stretch out his hands against other countries. Y'all, he's coming. Africa ain't safe. And the land of Egypt will not escape. He will gain control over hidden treasures of gold and silver and all the precious things of Egypt. He's going to have Egypt with the Libyans. That's Put. I just read the prophecy with Put and the Cushites in his steps. That's the same prophecy, right? Of the 10-toed beast in Ezekiel, right? That was the war of Ezekiel of them coming up. Why? Because once he conquers, all of these lands are going to come subject to him. And he's going to have Egypt underneath his wings, Libya and Cush at his steps to guard Africa from us. They coming against us too. But reports shall disturb him from the east and the north. Disturb who? The king of the north, right? Disturb him from reports from the east and the north. Where are we at this time? We where? We're in the east, south. He's going to get report from the north part of Jordan up and from the east. What is the report that's going to disturb him? The niggas are still alive. They've been chilling in the wilderness for 3.5 years, and we thought the sleepy Negroes all went down with America. And we thought that they hoovered into Africa, and we got them in Africa. He's going to get a report that's going to disturb him. We free. He knows who we are, y'all. He shall go out with great fury to exterminate, not conquer, exterminate and utterly destroy many. He will pitch the tents of his pavilion between the seas and the beautiful, majestic mountains. What's that? What seas? And the majestic mountain. Let me show you the map. Yet he will come to his end, and no one will help him. This is the end, right? I'm going to show you the map when I get to the end. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of Jacob's trouble, such as never was since, right? So there's a flood coming out, but he's not at his end yet. He's not at his end, y'all. He's coming to exterminate. He wants to catch us in this, right? Where is this right here? Where is this? What is this? This is the end. Is this, where's this happening? Understand, is this happening here or is this happening here? No, this is happening here, right? This is happening here. It's giving you the whole fact that he conquered. This white horse conquered. We fled. We in the wilderness, right? He came through Africa and all the countries, and he found out, he got a report. Now he's ruling right here. He's ruling for 3.5 years. He gets a report here. But this is Jacob's trouble right here. This is the great tribulation, right? So this is talking about the end, like the end of the battle between the king of the north and the king of the south. And Egypt will escape out of his, Jordan, Moab, Edom, and the chief of Ammon, that is the land of Jordan, will escape out of his hands, meaning that he's going to conquer the world, but that land is going to be the same. That's why that's a hiding place, right? And he's telling you who's going to come underneath his submission. Egypt, Lydia, and the Cushites, the whole Cushite African empire, Northeast Africa, is going to be underneath his submission, right? He will pitch his, so where am I? He will pitch his tent and he will come to his end. Now this is talking about the end. It's telling you that at the end, I'm gonna bring that evil thought when he finds out about us after what? 3.5 years. What is he doing the whole 3.5 years? Conquering. So now we got the time of Jacob's trouble. Daniel 12. That's not the same because y'all don't see this different chapter. That was what? Chapter 11. I'm not giving you the whole, I'm not going all through Daniel right now. This is the time of the end. Here it is. Et heights. And at this time shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be found written in the book. So what time is that? Right here. That's this time, from here to here. Right here. So we going through that. Let me explain to you what's going to happen to your people in the end. Where was I? But as for you, Daniel, watch this. As for you, Daniel, conceal these words and seal up the book until the time of the end. Many will row or surf. How does it read in yours? I like this because nobody will go to and fro. What's to and fro? Row and surf, and knowledge will increase. What's that? YouTube. Trying to find out the answer. And everybody, mama, is giving knowledge, but knowledge don't mean that it's the truth. But they will continue to search as long as it's up. I heard the man dressed in linen who was above the waters in the river, and he will raise his right hand and his left hand towards the heavens and swear by him who lives forever, for that it would be for a time, times and a half of times, and finish or accomplish shattering the power of the holy people will be the finishing of all these. That's called the time of the end. Where is that? Could that be this? Or is that this? Called the end. The wrath of the Lamb is called kites, according to Matthew. We're going to go into it. The kites. This is Israel's. Now learn the parable of the fig tree. That couldn't be us. We're not being shadowed here. All right. We're going to be shattered, scattered, and halfway destroyed. And I heard, okay, so how come he gave Daniel some understanding, but then he comes and says, I heard, but I didn't understand. The prophet heard, one of the greatest, heard what y'all said, but he didn't understand. Why he didn't understand? Because this don't make no sense. And that's what's going on with these Negroes now that's trying to prophesy. They reading the book and they don't understand. They skip past this and be like, shattering of the holy people, finishing all these, it's the end. Do it, what? So he knows that the overall prophecy is that we're supposed to be victorious. They always read Ezekiel 38, Joel 2 and 3. They always read that, right? They don't never read the other war that was prophesied called the kites in noonday. They skip over it because they don't understand it. Jediyah and his fat neck always read that and be like, it's Babylon. You see it saying this is the judgment of my people. He be like, it's Babylon. All right. I heard, but I didn't understand. So I asked my master Yahweh, what is the after, the following, the achorit of these? If that's the end of my people, the kites, if that's how it ends, I know prophetically that's not how it ends. So then it got to be some latter days, right? It got to be some after part of this ending. What is this? He said, go your way, Daniel. For these words are concealed and sealed up until the time of the end. Only the remnant is going to understand this. We at the time of the end. Why? Because the words are not sealed anymore. That's why everybody's fighting me on the YouTube. Have you seen one person that's prophesizing, understanding this division of time? That there is going to be a destruction on us in Babylon? They thinking that destruction on Babylon is the beginning of us, and we just gonna conquer the world, and Messiah has come. And nobody prophesies that Yah's about to destroy. They do prophesy the 2/3, but they still don't seem to understand that that 2/3 that's going to 1/3 that comes out, that's still a shattering the scattering. And that 1/3, according to Amos and Hosea, that there's another 1/10 of 1/10 that have to be divided from that. He said, go your way, Daniel, for these words are concealed up until the time of the end. We in the end times, y'all, because they open. Many shall be purified or chosen. That word is tebararu, right? Coming from the word bara, which means to be created and made white, to be recreated and tried, but wicked. So we still have to be purified during this time, y'all. We're not purified. We got some shedding off to do. And we got to be washed with a scrub pad and some lye. And that burns. So we get new skin, right? So we can get a new skin. But wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand. None of these wicked. That's why they coming after me on the YouTube. The Bora Watchmen, they don't understand. They don't want to understand this, right? It's sealed to them. No matter how much they scour through the prophecies, they kind of see it. They can't believe it. Jediyah don't understand. That's why they want to come after me. All of them want to call me false and saying I'm not prophesying. What I am explaining, nobody has explained, and it's not about me tapping myself on the back. It's understanding the times we in and what's about to happen. And the book has been open to who? Those that Yah has given understanding to. Because Yah talks about that he's gonna, y'all, in that time when y'all see it coming, y'all gonna open the book, because everybody got the book at that time, right? And y'all gonna take it to y'all leaders and be like, read that. Jediyah. Tell me what that means. When they don't understand what's going on right now, but yet y'all can smell trouble coming. Trouble's Jediyah. What that mean? Well, I don't know. It's been sealed up until the time of the end. Yeah, right? It's been sealed up to the time. They don't even know it. That's the end, nigga. The Bora Watchman, she been prophesizing the 4 horsemen for all this time, banking off of y'all for the 4 horsemen. Then she's gonna come back with her food and talk about, well, what if we got another 50 years? Well, what you prophesizing the end for if we got another 50 years? Why are you telling people to hurry up and give you your, because you're gonna be dead in another 50 years. Why are you telling people to hurry up and give you all their money, get this land now? If we got another 50 years, how dare you prophesize double tongue? Then y'all gonna go to Deborah Watchman and Yahoo Watchman be like, what that mean? And then we like, well, you know what? We all prophesize in part and we see in part, right? 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 All of them. That's why they attacking me, y'all. That's why they attacking me. Sorry about that. And he said, go your way. Okay, where are we? So we got to be purified on this return. From the moment the daily will be turned aside, depart, and let the abomination that desolates 1,290 days. Now, I'm not going to do these numbers yet, because when I do it, only the righteous are going to hear it and understand it. And the 1,335, nobody has been able to reconcile these numbers with Revelation's numbers because they don't understand the difference of time in the prophecies. But basically, all of this is a 3.5 year period roundabout, right? It's a 3.5 year period shy of 14 days here. I'm gonna leave it like that. A few days here. So why? Everything is not going down in the same day. That's why when you see the 2 witnesses are gonna prophesy 3.5 years, but yet it's actually, according to the calendar we keep, is shy a few days. It's because they're not dying. Where they dying? They're not dying at the very end of the 3.5 years, but that's still how you say how long they gonna prophesy? 3.5 years, right? It's a number put there exactly. That's 3.5 years, but then it's shy of what we would call the Enoch year. Why? When do the 2 witnesses get killed? Here? That couldn't be at the very end of the 300 and a half, say 300, 3.5 years, the very end. This is only gonna be a difference of days right here. This is only gonna be a difference of days. So when they see these numbers, right, the second woe is when the two witnesses are killed. And they're gonna prophesy against the nation for 3.5 years. All the way here. Where are we? In the wilderness. Okay, let's go back. Let's go forward. From the moment that the daily will return, the daily sacrifice, we don't give sacrifices no more. What's the daily? We die daily by what? The memorial of Yahushua for the repentance of sins. He's our high priest in the heavens, sitting at the right hand of Yahweh, right? Giving a daily sacrifice for us. But he can only, a priest can only give a sacrifice when we bring a real offering, a true sacrifice. It's called repentance and dying to the flesh on a daily basis. So we can believe in the testimony of Yahushua and even get baptized in the beginning. But we see that that process is only the beginning. It's not the end. You got to continue that process of death, renewal, and being washed with the water of the word on a daily basis until we are what? Totally purified and become chosen, right? The daily sacrifice is the sacrifice of your heart and your ego, of your flesh. And that sacrifice happens when you put fire on the altar. And that fire on the altar is the word on your heart. It burns. The ego will burn, but you will not die, right? The old man is dying. It is a washing by water and a washing by fire, the consciousness of your sin, your heart and your mind. And so what can stop that? Whatever stops you from receiving the word. If you are an abomination, if your flesh is abomination, your blood sacrifice is an abomination. The Holy Spirit cannot enter into an unclean, abominable body. So we have to remove sin by this purification off of us. And we have to remove defilement. And I'm telling you, the vaccine was the beginning of that, turning aside. How long? A time, 3.5 years of shattering the holy people, right? That's physically, but that's spiritually first, because we're talking about a daily sacrifice being turned aside. Happy is he who waits and arrives at the 1,335 day. Waits on what? Hopes in Yah. So now, you have Jediyah sitting up there talking about from there, he's going to rescue us. Yeah, that's where we went to. Into Babylon. And Babylon is not just America, it's the seat, but those other nations that supported Babylon is a part of Babylon, the empire. The dragon, she sits on, destroys her. Who's the dragon? The dragon the beast could not be America. Well, it is a beast, but there's another beast. Speaks like a lamb, but has horns as a dragon. Who's that? That's the other beast. That's America, but it's describing her as a woman. So this woman, everybody agrees, is Babylon, America. So who's the 10-toed beast in the end? Who's the dragon in the end that's going to burn her with fire? Let's see the prophecy. Revelations 9. Here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads or 7 mountains on which the woman sits. This is not 7 hills in Jerusalem, 7 hills in Rome. And they are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, 1 is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he must remain a little while. So there's one that never existed. However, that one that never existed actually is of the 7. The beast which was and is not in himself, also an 8th, is the 8th, was of the 7th, and is one of the 7. And he goes to destruction. Now I break that down. It's the all the ancient Babylonian empires from the 4 corners that split up, or from the Babylonian conqueror, the Assyrian, from the Egyptian, from the Persian, from the Babylonian, all the way to the Greco, to the Roman Empire. Now, all of their land was the old world. All of this, right? And the 10 horns, what you saw, are 10 kings. We read about those 10 kings, right? That who have not yet received a kingdom. So these 10 kings become the makeup of these old empires, right? But they, and I just read them to you when it talked about Grecia, Pergamum, Turkey, Put, Libya, Assyria, Persia. That's all these. That's the ancient empires that's going to come back and join back together underneath one head. But they received authority as kings with the beast for 1 hour. These have one mind, and they gave their power and authority of themselves to the beast. This beast, the woman is sitting on. What is it sitting on? Its neck. It's riding the beast. These will wage war against the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them, because he is Yahweh, the King of Kings, and those who are with him are called and faithful and chosen. I read that backwards. So we know that that's the 10 nations that are going to come together in the end, that last war. And he said to me, the waters which you saw, where the harlot sits on, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. And the 10 horns which you saw, and the beast, these will hate the harlot, and will make her desolate and naked, and will eat her flesh and burn her up with fire. So we see 2 wars right here in the same chapter. This war is against the Lamb. In the end, it will not overcome against us. This war is against who? The harlot, Babylon. Okay, where did I put the chart? Here it is. So, Revelation 17 and 14, where's that? Is that here or is that here? Right here. Right here. Revelation 16. These 10 horns and the beast will hate the whore and will make her desolate and eat her flesh and burn her up with fire. That's a different war, isn't it? Where's that? Right here. This is what the people keep misunderstanding. There's 2 wars by the same beast. This is not a war we can fight. Why? Because y'all's using this beast to destroy the other beasts. Get out the way. Flee doctrine. Oh my goodness. Run from those, flee from those that say flee. Flee from those that say flee. All right. I don't know how many times I got to prove this. Isaiah 48. Now, I read to you those wars that's going to happen in the end, but let's see a little bit about what's going to happen in our end. 2 wars by the same beast. That beast, the 10 heads, is going to wage war against the harlot that y'all all agree is Babylon, America, and its allied nations. And then there's another war that this same beast wages at the very end, at the 7th trump, against us. Isaiah 48 and 1. Hear this, O house of Jacob, who called by the name of Israel and who came forth from the waters of Judah, who have gone out to swear by the name of Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, to invoke or mention my name, but not in truth nor in righteousness. That's why I'm here to challenge all of these so-called invokers and swearers by the name of Yah that they were sent. They are swearing on Yah's name. They are mentioning his name. They have taken on the identity. This is identity right here. This is what everybody, this is whited out. This is what everybody, yeah, this Yasharala, right? All of those on the corners, you the peoples, all that. Then y'all start right here. Here on this, O house of Jacob, who is called by the name of Israel. You found out. And who came forth from the waters of Judah, who have gone out to swear by. Now you come to the name of Yahweh, some form of it, the Elohim of Israel, and now you call upon his name, but not in truth, nor in righteousness. Because from the holy city, y'all think y'all the holy city, the holy people, they call themselves. Because y'all said y'all are the people, right? That came from the holy city. We the people of the book. Is it because from the holy city, they call them. And on the Elohim of Israel, that you rely or support, and you're supporting your themselves. Right? So he says, you call yourself the holy city. You say it from the holy city. And on the Elohim of Israel, right? You said you are called by the holy name and you are of the power of Israel. But he's saying relying and supporting themselves. You're not relying on him. Everybody has gone forward in this new awakening to establish what? Their own truth and their own righteousness. And they are relying and supporting themselves in this return on their ideologies and beliefs, whose name is Yahweh of hosts. From the beginning, things long ago. What is this relying on themselves? Coming up with their own interpretation of prophecy and how we should return. From long ago, before I explained, it went forth from my mouth. I have proclaimed them. Suddenly, I did, and they come to pass. Because I know that you are obstinate, and your neck is as iron sinew, and your forehead is bronze. What's that? The Greco-Roman Empire, demonic, and blind, and stubborn. Assemble, gather yourselves. Hikapsu, from the word kibbutz. A kibbutz is a community of people that live together in all in common. That is what the Holy Spirit is trying to establish. He said, gather and assemble yourselves, all of you, and listen. But we got people on this return, right? That's loan sharks. They done found out. They have borrowed Yah's word from every man and neighbor, right? Because they YouTube superstars, musicians and singers. Yeah, I'm a superstar in my own right, but that's not the glory of Yah. That's not what's leading this walk. That's not what makes anyone a leader of Israel, because they done made themselves YouTube singing, rapping superstars and bringing back the ghetto, thug, hip hop, unholy stuff back to this, and they made themselves superstars. And so by default, all we did was do what Babylon did, right? The superstars become your leaders. They put their marriages up there to worship their marriages, like Beyonce and Jay-Z. Ooh, I want a marriage like that. Shut up. Right? The superstars, right? So you got all these people coming back. And you be like, who you underneath? Who do you follow? When we say follow, like, who's your shepherd? Who's teaching you prophecy? Who's leading you and guiding you on the path? Who did YAH send that's anointed and chosen and called that you have received the word through as a witness? Oh, we don't follow no man. We don't follow no shepherd. We just follow the Most High. The Most High who? Are you following? You mean your high arrogant, but you following your highness? Oh, so you self-exalted. You are self-exalted. Brand new babies that just came to the awakening is over here leading people on how they should go. Brand new. And they didn't do anything but switch up, just like he said. Whatever they was doing in Christianity, all they did was switch it up with identity and call on the name of Yah now. They rapping the same rap, yapping the same yap, gaming the same game, planning the same scheme. Whatever their agenda was when they was in the lack of knowledge, they just brought the same agenda to the awakening. And there's some back to Africa stuff, right? Okay. Y'all say gather yourselves. There's no way you can gather and have a community without leadership. And that's not human nature. All of you. And listen, who among you has explained these things? Well, not you babies on the YouTube. You heard somebody that heard somebody that heard somebody that heard somebody be like, ooh, well, let me get up there and act like I heard it straight from Yah and start leading the people. Who is explaining these things to you? Okay, we all know Babylon was going down for how long? Since Bob Marley. Bob Marley explained it to you? Right? If it's just about get out, Babylon is going to fall, well, then Bob Marley is your prophet. You see what I'm saying? It ain't as clear as Babylon is going to fall, it's going down. Like the nations can smell that. And that's been predicted. Well, what is he talking about though? This is to us. Yahweh, his love is that he will do his desire and pleasure on Babylon. And his arm will be against the Chaldeans. Okay, what's the arm? What's the arm of Yahweh? It's Yahushua, but come on, that's baby answer. That's right, his power and his strength. The arm of Yahweh is when a man, like that's why Jediyah be sitting up there and what he do with his shirts, right? Right. And then he make it real tight right there. So it look like it's walking up like this, right? And he be banging on the drums. Bang, bang, bang. So that's men strip their arm off to show they might. When you want to size up against somebody, you looking at a man's arms, be like, oh, wow, dang. Right? The strip of your arm is to show your might. To be like this. But it don't have no fat on it. Get out of here. Right? Over here squeezing fat, trying to make it look like squeezing fat. Right? That's the arm of Yah is his might and his power. Okay. So Yah is going to bring his arm, his power. It is Yahushua, but how does Yahushua work his power? Okay, let's see. Will be against the Chaldeans, the army. Who's the army of NATO? Don't tell me the UN. It's America. America has been used as the army to go out there and fight every war. That's the Chaldeans. I have called him. They would say this is Yahushua, right? You said it's Yahushua, right? No, it's not. It is Yahushua, but this is Yahushua speaking about releasing his arm. And he was called. He called him. Who's him? I have brought him and made him successful. Who's been successful for the past 50 years in the weapons of indignation? I'm going to show you that the weapons that they've been fighting over is the arm of Yah. Watch this. In a wand. How about that? I have called him. There's somebody called him that all the prophets spoke about, called the Prince of Rosh, the head that was going to come up against the Lamb. But yet, this one is saying that Yahweh called him too, as his arm. Watch this. I have brought him and made him successful and prosper in his ways. Come near to me, hear this. From the first, I have not spoken in secret. How is Babylon being destroyed? From a beast and 10 nations. Who's the beast? Him. From the time it took place, I was there. And now Yahweh Elohim has sent me and his spirit. Thus says Yahweh, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am Yahweh, your Elohim, who's teaching you the way to go, how to profit or benefit your walk, who leads you, who aims you in the way, the direction you should be walking. I'm the one doing it. What does this have to do with gather yourselves, Babylon, and this chosen one? Right? But yet in the new awakening, the movement, they were relying on themselves and not in truth. They stiff-necked and got, what is this about? Oh, that you had listened to my commands Then you would have had peace flowing like a gentle river and righteousness rolling over the like the waves of the. I've said 70 years ago we could have returned and been in peace. It could be manifested. This land was opened up. Now the Negroes, the awakening Negroes, have gone before us hollering and screaming, we Jacob, we Israel, we the house of Judah, we the holy people of the book, we the HBs, we the Yahwehs, we the people of the Most High, coming up in here, relying on themselves. They know about Babylon is going down and causing problems for all the return. When he said return in quiet, but you would not. Oh, that you had listened to my commands when you would have had peace like a gentle river and righteousness rolling over the waves of the sea. Go out, exit from Babylon. You don't know the prophecy. He said he's going to deliver us from Babylon. Yes. Yes. By what? By his spirit. He sent me and his spirit. If you don't want to follow the spirit, then he's going to be the one. Watch this. I'm going to show you. In the sound of a ringing cry, he explained it to you. That's what I've been doing the whole time. They be like, stop listening to that screaming woman. Proclaim this, send it out to the end of the earth, saying Yahweh has redeemed his servant Jacob. Redemption is coming. But it's not going to go out to the end of the earth until the very end. It's not enough people hollering righteously, rightfully so. They did not thirst when he led them through the wilderness. That's why you got Ronald Dalton telling people this land can't sustain us. He don't know nothing about, wait a minute. He made the water to flow out the rock for them. He split the rock and waters gushed forward. Oh, so Ronald Dalton, you don't believe in the arm of Yahweh. You are what? Relying on yourself. By what? Identity and Pan-Africanism. Right? And on top of that, Ronald Dalton stole the message from me. I had the conversation with him on the phone 3 years ago, telling him he was wrong about all his moves and he has made it hard for our return. Now he just spoke so much against everybody in these lands where we're supposed to return that he can't come here. He would be marked a terrorist. So he's going to take you to Africa instead. Right? There is no peace for the wicked, saith Yahweh. So let's go into Jeremiah 50. Y'all know it, but do you? The word which Yahweh spoke concerning Babylon, the land of the Chaldeans through Jeremiah the prophet. Declare ye among the Gentiles, and publish and set up a standard. Publish and conceal it not. Say, Babylon is taken, Baal, the bull, is confounded. Merodach is dried up, another word for Bel. Her idols, her images are broken in pieces. For comes up against her a nation from the north. America's the king of the south. This is why north, okay? It's not Canada. Watch. Which shall make her land a desolation, and none shall dwell in it. None. From man to beast shall be driven away and go. In those days and at that time, declares Yah, the sons of Israel will come and the sons of Judah together. They will go crying as they go, and it will be Yahweh their Elohim they will see. The ones that wait last minute. There will be a slight remnant that get out last minute. But they come in crying, and everybody that's went everywhere they're not supposed to, because I showed you that this one, after he destroys Babylon, he's coming through other nations. He's coming to other countries. They will ask for the way to Zion. Why? How could they ask for the way to Zion if it hasn't been established? We there. That means that some have escaped already and set up shop. Turning their faces, they will come that they may join themselves to Yahweh in an everlasting covenant that will not be forgotten. That everlasting covenant has not been established with us. These Negroes are not underneath the covenant of Yahweh in the land of their captivity. We will, that's why he calls in Daniel's the violent ones, the ones that are wicked against the covenant. Because Yah said, I'm going to reestablish the everlasting covenant which you wear in the wilderness. They don't want to come underneath that covenant. My people have become lost or corrupted sheep. Their shepherds have led them in error. Jediyah, Deborah Watchman, Nicole, and give me the names, y'all. Yishakar, Yoshi and his Huldah, all of those camps, all of the purple people with the faggot leader, right? Nathan, y'all, he's a faggot. Are you at all of them? Oh no, but they outed themselves. They outed each other. I saw the videos with the y'all, he's an undercover faggot. Who else? Give me the names of all of them. Big Judah. Come on, give me the names. Y'all know the names. Josh and Mo. T.I. What's his name? With the one that act like he tied. Judah Mack. These clowns. Mahawa Khan. Anna Humility. Anna Yaki and Malaki. Who else? Teo Ministries. Right? The other faggot. What's his name? Everybody's like Truth Unveiled. All of them. Right? All who found them have eaten them. And their enemies have said. Wait, did I miss something? Their shepherds have led them in error. The mountains backsliding the apostate from mountain to hill, and have forgotten their resting place. Where I said, come and find your rest in peace. All who found them, Pastor Dowell and his little Bert and Ernie haircut. All who found them have, that was funny. Let me get one. Right? Sitting up there like this. Wait, let me tell you, I ain't live in America. I built this with my blood, sweat, and tears. Because the Ruach, I'm about what I say I'm about. I'm a man of the Ruach. I have even healed the sick and raised the dead. I ain't going nowhere. Don't have a word for you. All who have found them, right? Who did they find? The lost sheep. When I came out to church, y'all was lost. What did y'all find? False shepherds that led y'all all in error. And I was doing what? Wow. What was that? Where is it? Hollering. What did it say? Don't go there. No. I'm over here hollering. Please stop. Right? Please, y'all, stop listening to these people. All who have found them have eaten them. They have eaten you. All they want is all your money, all of it. And their enemies have said, we are not guilty, for they have sinned against you. Who's our enemies? What they're gonna do? Okay, watch this. They're gonna do something to us with these shepherds and the flock. And when it happens and we getting eaten up, when they find us, our enemies say, what they saying, we're not guilty. Right? Why? Because they what? They said that they was Yah's people, right? And Yah was with them. Isn't that what they are saying? And they was the prophets sent of Yah. So when they say that, they be like, well, how did I destroy you then? Either you sinned against Yahweh, or you're really not Yah's people. And the louder that they scream this awakening is the faster they have to move to prove that we're not, by destroying us. I tried to warn that nigga of that Ronald Dalton. For they have sinned against Yahweh, their abode of righteousness, Yahweh, the hope of their, that's what he'll say. When they do what they do against us, they be like, the only way we could have destroyed you, if you really Yah's people, is that you sinned against Yahweh. Flee from inside of Babylon. Why? Because there's something that's going to happen to us inside of her before the destruction. Flee from inside of Babylon, go out, leave the land of the Chaldeans, and be as male goats before the flock. For I am stirring up, raising an assembly of great nations from the north, the king of the north. They will arrange themselves or array themselves to her or against her, and she will be captured. Their might is expert arrows. What are we talking about? Their power is an arrow that doesn't miss. Isn't that what Putin declared? That I have technology and is beyond ballistic missiles that will not miss. It will hit every target that is aimed for, and you can't destroy it. You can't hit it back with ballistic missiles or defense missiles. They will not miss. That what Putin said, right? I said it. I'm a false prophet. I'm prophesying something, or I'm here to explain to you the prophecies. That's what Jeremiah said, and that's what Putin said. The prince of Rosh, the king of the north, the Syrian king. All right. Chaldea will become a plunder, and all who plunder her will have enough, declares Yah. Because you are glad, who he's talking to now, to Babylon, and you rejoice, oh, you who plundered my heritage. So why is Babylon going to get plundered? Because Babylon plundered us. When did it plunder us? Yeah, no, they about to do it now. They about to do it now. Wait, let me show you. All who found them have eaten them, and their enemies have said, we are not guilty, for they have sinned against Yahweh, their abode of righteousness, Yahweh, the hope of their fathers. I didn't go on into it, but there is a siege coming against us before that one comes. When he sees this go down, that's when he's going to take it. It's over. That's those left in America. I'm going to show you the prophecy. Because you are glad and you rejoice, O you who plundered my heritage, because you skip about like a heifer as grass, and nigh bellows like stallions. Your mother will be greatly ashamed. She who gave you birth will be humiliated. Behold, she will be the last or after part of the nations. A wilderness and a parched land, that means she's going to be the last of this nation. Last child born out of this. Because the wrath of Yahweh, she will not be inhabited, but she will be completely desolate. Everyone who passes by Babylon will be horrified and will hiss because of her wounded or slaughtered. Who's hissing? The merchants by the sea, when they see her smoke go up to heaven. Draw up your battle lines against Babylon around her, all you who bend the bow. Shoot at her. Okay, let me go back. Do I have one in front? And he sat with a bow and a crown and went to conquer. A white horse and a wild. That's the hymn, y'all. Hold on. Draw up the battle lines against Babylon around her, all you who bend the bow. Shoot at her. Do not spare your arrows, for she has sinned against Yahweh. Raise your battle cry against her around. What's the battle cry? The song. True la la la, true la la la. We can do everything for 3 rupees. Oh, the land that we are going, our enemy, we're going to desolate her. We're going to send what? Arrows from above and arrows from beneath. For she has sinned against Yahweh. She raised your battle cry against her around her. Her hands fall, her foundations have fallen, her walls have been torn down. For this is the vengeance of Yahweh. Take vengeance on her as she has done to others, so do to her. What, just to Israel? She's plundered us and she will do it again. But she has done this to every other nation, to the other 10 nations. She's been riding their neck. cut off the sower from Babylon, and him that wields the sickle in the time of harvest, first fruit. So we got two sickles. One against the nations is going to be a sickle against the nations that come up, the 10-toed beast. But this is the 10-toed beast that's coming up against Babylon, and that's wield the sickle in the time of harvest. When is this going to take place? In the time of harvest. First fruits. We better get that Holy Spirit in that last season. Because the sword of maltreatment and oppression, every man to his people, and they shall flee, escape every man to his own land. Is this just to us? Whatever's going on in Babylon right now, this is inside. Every man to his people, and they shall flee, escape every man to his own land. This is a land of big multitude. Every man is going to go back to his own land because of maltreatment and oppression. And every man's going to go back to his own people, every man to his own people, right? Israel is scattered. In the midst of this, Israel is scattered. We a hunted flock. The lions have driven them away. The first that ate him was the king of Assyria, and the last of his bones, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. Therefore, thus says Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will punish the king of Babylon in his land, as I have punished the king of Assyria. Now, did Nebuchadnezzar get punished by the king of the north? Nebuchadnezzar was the first king. He didn't lose no war. Who's Nebuchadnezzar? Or who's the king of Assyria? Okay. Who's Assyria now? This is Babylon, Assyria. Who's that? That's America. And I will bring Israel back to his pasture, and he will graze on Carmel and Bashan, and his desire will be satisfied on the hill country of Ephraim and Gilead. In those days and at that time, declares Yahweh, search will be made for the iniquity of Israel. So we know this is the last days. This is not during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, but there will be none. And for the sins of Judah, but they will not be found. I will pardon those who I leave as a remnant. So that means that there's a remnant left over. There's still something that has to happen with those that have what? Escaped out of the land of their captivity. It ain't a done deal, nor have I ever taught that. For the slaughter is going to happen to us, the measuring line all the way here. And these Negroes think that they have escaped the wrath of Yah, and Yah's with them just because they bought the plane ticket and they out. I never taught that. It's a bunch of rebellious Negroes up in these lands, messing it up for everybody. Prideful. Against the land of Merathaim, a double rebellious. Go up against this and against the inhabitants of Pekud. Slay and utterly destroy them, declares Yahweh, and do according to all that I have commanded you. The sound of battle is in the land and great destruction. How the hammer of the whole earth has been cut off and broken. Who's the hammer of the whole earth? A hammer is like a battle axe. Babylon. Babylon has become an object of horror among the nations. I have laid a snare for thee, and you are taken, O Babylon, and thou was not aware. They don't believe that that anointed one is going to do what he said he's going to do. Thou art found and also caught, because thou hast striven against Yahweh. Yahweh has opened up his arsenal. Remember, script the arm, the hymn. What's the arm? Watch this. Yahweh has opened up his arsenal and has brought forth the weapons of his indignation. What's that? The bow, the arrows that will not miss, that he strengthened the anointed one with. Coming to her from the farthest border. For this is the work of Yahweh Elohim of hosts in the land of the Chaldeans. The weapons of indignation, the weapons of his wrath, y'all, are bombs. Coming to her from the farthest border ends, open up her barns, pile up her heaps, and utterly destroy her. Let nothing be left over. Dry up all her young bulls. That's her armies. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe be upon them, for their days have come. The time of their punishment. This is not the whole world. The sound of those who flee as refugees or fugitives from the land of Babylon to declare in Zion the vengeance of Yahweh. Obviously, we got out before it happened. What are we fleeing from? Well, we know that's coming, but there's something happening in the land. Vengeance for his palace and his temple. Announce against Babylon. Who's calling it? Didn't I show you the prophecies before? Who's going to call? That's the time when Joel said, and your sons and daughters shall prophesy and dream dreams. The old shall dream dreams, and the young shall have visions. What are we prophesying? That's when the Holy Spirit, because touch not until they are sealed. That's when we're going to get sealed. When you first get the Holy Spirit, Yah is going to prophesy and reveal to you the revelation. But this revelation is going to happen all at once, because the only thing that's waiting for this is for us to get sealed with the Holy Spirit. Once that happens, he's going to prophesy the vengeance of Babylon through the whole 144,000 remnant. Announce against Babylon all those who bend the bow, encamp against her on every side, and let there be no escape. Repay her according to her work, according to all that she has done. So do to her, for she has become arrogant, proud against Yahweh and against the Holy One of Israel. Therefore, her young men will fall in her streets, and all her men of war will be cut off or killed in that day, declares Yahweh. Behold, I am against you, O arrogant, proud one, declares Yahweh of hosts, for your day has come, the time when I punish or visit you. The arrogant one will stumble and fall with no one to raise up, and I will set fire to his cities, and it will devour all the surrounding environment. What kind of fire is that? Thus says Yahweh of hosts, the sons of Israel are oppressed, and the sons of Judah as well. And all who took them captive have held them strong. They have refused to send them away. There was no flying up ever prophesied. They know it was time to let us go, but they will not. In order for us not to go, they have made it hard to hold us back. They have made, due to COVID and everything, it is all geared to locking us in, y'all. But those that do know their Elohim will do. Their Redeemer is strong, Yahweh of hosts is his name. Pleading, he will plead their cause that he may give rest to the earth, but unrest to the inhabitants of Babylon. So when Babylon goes down, the whole earth is not being destroyed. There's no need to plume up and be dropped off when you can just plume up and drop off in a plane. And we're going to walk, and we're going to walk the rest of the way. Watch it. Mm-hmm. That's right. He would have made that so clear, and none of the prophets teach that. You can't find it in one prophet. All he's reading is revelations that's based upon what? The prophets. Find me this, poof it up. And all you're going to see is flee, run, get out, escape, get out, run, go, come out. Where was I? A sword against the Chaldeans, declares Yahweh, and against the inhabitants of Babylon, and against her officials, princes, and her wise men. A sword against her lair, they will become fools. A sword against her warriors, and they will be shattered and dismayed. A sword against their horses, and against their chariots, and against the foreigners, mixed people who are inside of her. And they will become women. All of them, that's Israel included. A sword against their treasures, and they will be plundered. A drought against her waters, that they may be dried up. For it is the land of graven images. She is, and in terror, a dread, she will shine. How's she shining? Everybody gonna see her smoke, her fire come up. That's how she gonna shine. Therefore, wild beasts shall dwell with the hyenas in Babylon. Therefore, wild beasts shall dwell with the hyenas in Babylon, and branches of owls shall dwell in her. She shall never again have people, nor be inhabited for all generations. As when Elohim, that's what I say, if you ever see a hyena, it's talking about the nation, a Gentile, a nation. As when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, how he overthrow Sodom and Gomorrah? Fire and brimstone. With his neighbors. So that means that it won't be America, right? Who going down with it? Canada, Brazil, Peru, islands, all of that is going down with it. The whole coast. Declares Yahweh, no man will live there, nor will any son of man reside in it. Look, people are coming from the north. A great nation and many kings will be stirred up from the extreme, the end part of the earth. They seize their bow and javelin. They are cruel and have no mercy, y'all. Come on. Their voice roars like the sea. They ride on horses, arrayed like a man for battle against you, O daughter of Babylon. The king of Babylon has heard the report of them, and his hands fall helpless, feeble. Anguish took hold of him as pains of a woman in travail. The woman in travail is when a nation is going to either be destroyed or born again, destroyed or like miscarried and don't be born, right? Pregnant in pain to either be born again or miscarry. This is a miscarriage, y'all. She having a miscarriage. Behold, like a lion from the swelling of Jordan River unto the abode of the strong, but I will make them suddenly run away from her. Who? Us. It's a sudden running away. We don't have enough fear. My little voice put some fear in y'all, but it wasn't enough for all of us. So he's gonna have to do something else. Watch. I'm gonna prove that he sent fishermen first to fish you out from the waters. And then some of y'all gonna get fish first, only some. And then he gonna send hundreds. Where was I? And who is the man? Who's the man that I may appoint over her? Who is like me? Who's a warrior like me? And who will appoint me that time? Who gonna do it for me? Who's the one that's gonna destroy her for me? The Prince of Rosh. And who is this shepherd that will stand before me? This not Messiah, y'all. Therefore, hear the counsel of Yahweh, which he has devised or intended against Babylon, and his purpose, which he has purposed against the land of the Chaldeans. If not, he will drag them out. Who are you talking to? I'm gonna drag y'all out. How he dragging us out? From the nations within. Persecution from within. The younger ones of the flock. The old ones ain't coming. He will not desolate on the abode of the pasture. He's not going to destroy his pasture. Jeremiah 50. At the sound of the catcher of Babylon shall the earth shake the earth, and her cry shall be heard among the nations. Let's get 51. So y'all see the map. I have to go back to it. Where is that happening? When the sun is black and the moon is blood and stars fall. Learn the parable of the fig tree. Cast untimely fruit shaken by the wind. Man hides in the den from the wrath of the Lamb. This is the end of us. Matthew 24. We're going to read that. What's this? A half an hour of silence. What's that? That's when he shoots. Why do we have a half an hour of silence here? Because when that happens, the whole hammer goes down, the earth, the whole organization of the world, trade, internet, all of this, EP, all of this, everything is going to be blacked out for a minute. Guess what? That's our half an hour to run and hide. Up until then, they know where we at. Nobody hiding here. He just said, be quiet. But nobody's hiding. We are being chased until we get into this place. That half an hour of silence, we're going to prophesy, we're going to know when it's time to walk over my foot and in. All right, watch. So this is America, y'all. And the neighboring countries, all of this, the neighboring countries. Here's Russia. Now, we know the maps aren't quite right. We know Africa is much bigger than this. Russia actually is much bigger than this. And America to Russian Africa is much bigger than this. But nevertheless, look at the coordinates, right? The coordinates of the ends of America, Babylon is what? 120 to 160, right? 120. This is the south side. So if he said that a nation is coming, how they coming? If he was going to send missiles over, how is it, where is it flying from? Over here. If you fly across these waters, they might try to attack it. No, he's going to send those missiles over here. Now, what's the north? Now, maybe not. Nevertheless, a country is coming from the extreme part of the earth. What does that mean? If we over here, what's the extreme part of the earth for us? The other end. Over here. What's north of the extreme part of the other side of the earth for us? Let's go north. North would be up, right? So let's keep going up, since we a ball. Let's keep going up, all the way to 120. And we're going to come into the 120 mark right here. And 160, what we got? We got all them nations that he taking over: Mongolia, China, Russia, right? But he's taking over all of this too. He said, and his neighboring countries, right? All of these are going to wind up joining. He's taking over all these lands right here. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Poland, Romania, Slavic, Hungary. All of this is part of the Russian Empire right here, y'all. All of this part of Russian Empire. He's going to take it back over. And the Mongolian Empire up in here too. They taking it back over, y'all. And where he sees it now, he's not going. Spain and France, the United Nations, and they may join this war, but that's the end. He gonna obliviate them. He gonna destroy all of it. This is gonna be the new world again. The new world, which was the old world. All right. Jeremiah 51. A little more detail in here. Thus says Yahweh, behold, I will raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in her heart, that rise up against me, a destroying spirit or wind. What's the destroying spirit or wind? The bomb. And will send unto Babylon fanners, a missile. And she shall fan and shall empty her land. For in that day of double trouble, the day of trouble, evil, they shall be against her round about, against him that bended like the archer bends his bow, and against him that lifted himself up in his armor. And spare ye not her young men, destroy ye utterly all her hosts. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of Chaldeans, and they that are thrust through in her streets. Y'all saw the way what I'm talking about. You boom. Like an incinerator, right? Even the wind or the smoke or whatever he about to throw at us, on top of the fact, all of the nuclear power plants that's all over America, those are going to get breaches. Y'all don't realize that when he strikes, the power is going to be magnified by the nuclear weapons and the nuclear power plants that we got sitting in every state and city. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of Chaldeans, and they are thrust through in her streets. For Israel has not been forsaken, nor Judah of his Elohim, Yahweh of hosts, because their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. What does that mean, not be forsaken? Does that mean that we're going to be delivered while this is happening? How could that be when he says, flee from inside of Babylon, and slip away every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity or her. Don't get cut off in this. No man is going to escape this. For this is the time of Yahweh's vengeance. Yahweh will deal to her. This will he pay or recompense her. How is it that we got niggas and intelligent thieves and babies in the word telling you we're going to poof up? We got Bert and Ernie telling you to just get lands, right? Military Bert and Ernie, which are really faggots at the end of the day, telling you to get lands and go live with the Quakers. Deborah Watchman telling you to get land and stock up for this time. What? Where did they get such counsel? Babylon has been a golden cup in Yahweh's hand that has made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine. Therefore the nations shine a boast. Is this all the world? He said he made all the earth drunken. It's not all the earth. It's not the whole world. It's everybody that have drunken in her fornication, which is much of the world, the known world today, that is reigning in power with her. But she has been sitting on the neck of other nations. They have not been drunken with her, nor reigning with her. Babylon, so when Babylon goes down, whoever has drunken with her, that drunk in her cup of fornication is done business with her, world trade, involved in the sanctions, and involved with all her wars through NATO to subdue the other nations. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take balm for her pain. Perhaps she might be healed. And they're not going to cry. They're going to be shocked, but they're not going to cry. We would have healed Babylon, because y'all don't know that there's a united treaty that if you go to world war, the nation that gets totally plumaged, they have a world war treaty, I don't know the name of it, that they help rebuild the nation that they destroyed, just like Germany, right? They was helped by whoever destroyed Germany or took part in that to rebuild it, right? There's a treaty across the world to help rebuild a nation that got totally plundered in war. And that's what America's banking on, right? It ain't gonna happen. It said, we would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her and let us go everyone into his own country. Let us not come back and rebuild her. Go on to your own land. Italians go to Italy if it's still there. I don't know about the French, we'll see, right? For her judgment reaches unto heaven and is lifted up even to the sky. What's her judgment? A plume of fire. Has gone out Yahweh our righteousness. Come and let us relate in Zion the work of Yahweh our Elohim. Choose the arrows, gather the shields. Yahweh has raised up the spirit of the kings of Medes. Right? That's Medo-Persia, right? But Medes is Iran. Did not say it in the 72nd United Nations talk a year and a half ago? The last king, that was the third king, but there's another one now. Instead of America don't stop putting that pressure on the nations to do what they want to do concerning the arms deal and everything, and to be sovereign, that they're gonna give America the wine press of the grapes of the raft. Okay. Well, he said it. Y'all don't believe it? But once again, the king of the Medes, whoever that president, I don't know his name is, the last one was Rouhani. There's a new one now. Talked about a fourth one. The last one, that's going to be the fourth one. But who's the king of the Medes? Russia. For his device is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of Yahweh, the vengeance of his palace. Set up the sign upon the walls of Babylon, make the watch strong, stand up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes. For Yahweh has both devised and done that which he spoke against the inhabitants of Babylon. All that dwelleth upon many waters, abundant in treasures, thine end is come, and the measure of your unjust gain. It's all about how they dealt business in this whole world, through the petrodollar, through sanctions and through war. Yahweh of hosts has sworn it by himself, saying, surely I will fill thee with men and with locusts, and answer a shout again. What's the locust? It's a warrior. It's a military army. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he uttered his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heaven, and he caused the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. That is the whirlwind. He's describing the Ezekiel's whirlwind, not chariots of aliens that's going to beam us up. The whirlwind is, and I saw four beasts rising up out of the sea. That's a storm. It means war. He makes lightning with rain and brings forth the wind out of the storehouses. Every man is burned up by his knowledge. Every smelt is confounded by the graven images, for his molten image is falsehood, and there is no spirit in them. They are vanity, the work of error or mockery. In the time of their visitation, they shall perish. The portion or the part of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod and the staff of his inheritance. Yahweh of hosts is his name. Thou art my battle axe. Who? He talking about us? No. The king, the spirit of the king of the Medes. That's how we know it's not. Somebody is coming in the spirit of the king of the Medes, not the king of the Medes. The spirit of the king of the Medes, just like Johanan came in the spirit of Elijah, not Elijah. Who's the king of the Medes that destroyed Babylon? Cyrus. So somebody is coming in that spirit. All right. Where was I? Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. No, not us. Watch. For with thee, that one, the spirit of the king of the Medes. For with thee, I will break in pieces the nations, and with thee, I will destroy kingdoms. And with thee, I will break in pieces the horse and his rider, and with thee, I will break in pieces the chariots and his rider. With thee also, I will break in pieces man and women, and with thee, I will break in pieces old and young, and with thee, I will break in pieces the young man and the maid. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock. And with thee, I will break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen. And with thee, I will break in pieces captains and rulers. And I will render unto Babylon. Not, see, people read this wrong. Right? It says, the portion or the part of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod or the staff of his inheritance. No, he's saying that there's a portion of Jacob that is mine. So they are going to be removed for this, from this. Thou, who? Not Israel, the spirit of the king of the Medes. He's going to devise against Babylon. We don't know how to read. This is why they're getting it wrong. They think that this is saying Israel is Yah's battle axe and is going to take vengeance on Babylon. That's not what it says. They don't know how to read. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. So these Negroes are preparing for war in Babylon, thinking that they the battle axe and they're going to win this war. See how they've gone wrong? With thee, I will. So I read all this, the horse and the rider, the piece of chariots and rider. With thee also will I break in pieces, man. I read all this. I will break in pieces all of that. And I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Sion and in your sight, says Yahweh. Behold, I'm against thee, O destroying mountain, saith Yahweh, which destroyed all the earth. I will stretch out my hand upon thee and roll down the rocks and will make thee a burnt mountain. Now, what that I want to say, even though it is the king of the Medes, the spirit of the king of the Medes that he's using to do this, he's the battle axe. I'm going to tell you how we include it, because I already said it. Where was I? Was I here? Who's prophesizing it? Who's going to call it? What is it waiting for? What is the spirit hold it back. What is it waiting for? For us to get sealed. And we make the call. We call it, the Spirit is going to go out. The one that he called is going to do it. Where is it? Behold, I'm against thee, O destroying mountain, says Yahweh, which destroyed all the earth. I will stretch out my hand upon thee and roll down the rocks, and I will make thee a burnt mountain. And they shall not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever, says Yahweh, meaning that they're going to never build another nation according to the way Babylon rules. Their system. Set up a standard, and trust me, when Russia and China get in power, it won't be the same system. Set up the standard in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her. Call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat. That's Turkey, Benin, Ashkenaz, right? Appoint a marshal against her. Cause the horses to come up as the rough locust. Prepare against her the nations with the king of the Medes, the kings of the Medes, the captains thereof, and all the rules thereof, and all the land of his dominion. And the land shall tremble and sorrow, for every purpose of Yahweh shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without an inhabitant. Oops. The mighty men of Babylon have ceased to fight. They have remained in their holes. Their might have failed. Because when he bombs, he's going to strike every military base at once. They ain't even going to make it out, y'all, of their dens. They became as women. They have burned her dwelling places. Her bars are broken. Remember this, her bars are broken. Running to meet, run, he will run, and one messenger meet another. And the report of the king of Babylon that his city is taken from her in. So he said, I'm gonna take what, half of the land, right? He gonna hit half of the land with the target, just enough time to come and the king, whoever that is, I don't know if it's this knucklehead now, right? He gonna get the report. Oh my goodness. Why he gonna get a messenger? Why is it a messenger that's gonna run give him the message? Anybody know? Because it's gonna be a blackout. They ain't gonna know what happened. He not gonna understand what it's gonna come suddenly. Ain't gonna be no warning. Russia ain't gonna warn. He been warning us. When Russia gonna get quiet when he do it. When Russia start getting quiet, we be like, listen. I said this time and time again. What do you want? Right? It said it's gonna happen suddenly, and y'all gonna trick us, right? It said that the king and the north king have been going back and forth and deceiving each other. So it might be something. It may be that America and Russia is gonna come to the table and try to work this deal out with Israel, because Israel is trying to broker this deal right now to fix something between Russia and Ukraine. That they may come to the table and they may make a fake peace deal, but it ain't gonna work, because we already know America don't keep its treaties, and Russia already know that. He said, "You don't keep yours, they're gonna keep mine." But okay, we can come together and make a peace treaty. I already know what I'm gonna do, right? Nevertheless, it's gonna be a blackout. They're not gonna know. They're not gonna know what happened. Is the light shut off? How will you know? If our light shut off, we don't know if it's just from the house or from the world, right? For thus says Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. The time to tread or trample her, and in a little while, the time of harvest shall come. When is it going to happen? At the time of the harvest, the first fruits. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, have devoured me. He has discomforted me. He has made me an empty vessel. He has swallowed me up like a dragon. He has filled his belly with my delicacies. He has cast me out. The violence done to me and to my flesh be upon Babylon, shall the inhabitants of Zion say, and my blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea shall Jerusalem say. That's why I say our blood is in Babylon. How did Babylon have the blood of the saints? Because our people that has become one with Babylon is guilty of the blood of Messiah too. Therefore, thus says Yahweh, behold, I will plead thy cause and take vengeance for thee, and I will dry up her sea and make her springs dry. Listen, with Jediyah and all of these people that's up here slandering me, calling, man, doing all of that kind of ill, wishing me dead, calling dogs on me, sending my picture out across the world. There's some terrorist type stuff, right? But it's punk. I said it before, the Jediyah is a punk, and anybody, all you Negroes, y'all a bunch of gangster hyenas. If you need to gang up a bunch of dudes to come and get me, that you can't do it by yourself, you gotta go send my picture around all over the world, mind you. Be like, anybody know her? Anybody know her? We gotta do something about her. I need some help. I need some more hyenas. No, Negro, you on your own, right? Therefore, thus said Yahweh, behold, I will plead thy cause and take vengeance for thee, and I will dry up her sea and make her springs dry. I'm in 51 still. And Babylon shall become heaps, a dwelling place for dragons, astonishment and a hissing without inhabitant. They shall roar together like young lions, and they shall yell as lions whelp. And in their heat I will make their banquets, and I will make them drunken, and they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep and not wake, says Yahweh. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams and he-goats. This is the sacrifice for us. How is Shishak taken? And how is the praise of the whole world surprised? How is Babylon become an astonishment among the nations? So the nations are not all destroyed. The sea is come up upon Babylon. The sea is nations. She is covered with a multitude of the waves, an army thereof. Her cities are desolation, a dry land, a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwelleth, neither does any son of man pass thereby. I will punish Baal in Babylon, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he has swallowed up, and the nations shall not flow together anymore unto him. The wall of Babylon shall fall. What is that? What's Baal? The worship of money. They don't even understand like the worship of Baal. It's the worship of money. This honest gain. And that's what Jezebel was about. Money and dishonor. All that worship Baal is for power and money. Right? The wall of Babylon is Wall Street, y'all. The whole system is going, but we are all tied up in this system. So even all these arrogant ones that's coming out with loads of money and YouTube and all of that, and think they got their flow coming in and woo woo. I'm the remnant. I'm coming out loud and proud. Or where they faith gonna be when the wall of Babylon goes down as well. Get you out from inside of her, my people. That's clear. And deliver or slip away every man his soul from the fierce anger of Yah. And let your hearts fear, and you fear for the report that shall be heard in the land. I'm going to tell you right now that Jediyah knows he's wrong. They both know. They don't want to bring up the prophecies anymore. They want to make me just a Jezebel that's unruly. And you know what I'm saying? He don't want to make it what he knows he's wrong. He knows he's wrong about the prophecy, but he's too arrogant and pride, because he would have to sit down and realize that he's a lying demon. And nobody's going to do that. They're not going to do that. He's not going to say, I made a mistake. Because for him to say a mistake would be for him to bow down and apologize. And let your hearts fear, and ye fear for the report that shall be heard in the land. What's going on here? So there's going to be report heard in the land. What? That war is coming. A report came 1 year. And after that, another year shall a report come. Watch it. So 2 years, you're going to hear Babylon go, right? You're going to hear the report inside of people talking, Russia going to hit America, Russia going to hit it. But 2 years will go by. So this is why people, they talk, everybody on there prophesizing, and it could be another 2 years before Russia do anything. Right? Russia could just be talking, just moving his pieces. But we getting the report now, right? The report. But it's saying 1 year a report shall come, and after that another year shall another report become. So there's at least 2 years of this report that Russia will do something. And then violence is going to break out in the land. Watch this. After the report, then violence is going to break out in the land. That's Jacob's trouble. That's what's going to get us out. Watch this. Ruler against ruler. That's a setup marker word for you to go to the other prophecies to understand what this means. Pay attention, y'all. This is a detail I need y'all to understand, because all these people that jumping on YouTube swearing they prophesying nothing, don't know what they're talking about. A whole year could pass and nothing happens, and they're gonna fall off, flee America, right? Another year could pass and nothing happens. They still chilling, and they break off from the false understanding that they thought they had. That wasn't really false. They were false. 2 years of a report, and then violence is going to break out in the land, ruler against ruler. You say that's world war. I say, yes, but no, watch. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do, because there's violence in the land. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven image of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall inside of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that in there is, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoil shall come unto her from the north, and say, right? So something is going to happen in the land first, and then the spoilers are going to come. Okay, let me finish this out. Also, Jediyah, also, as Babylon falls, the slain men of Israel falls also. So at Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. False. Ye fugitives. That's why he keeps telling you escape. He called me a false prophet for telling you what thus says Yah. Ye fugitives, escaped of the sword. Go away, right? So if we're escaping from the sword, that means that there's a sword coming inside the land before what? There's violence that's going to break out in the land first, and then destruction. That's right. So he's saying we escape from the sword. There's violence that's going to break out in the land. It's going to be a siege against us in the land first. That's the sign, y'all. Go away and stand not until you will stand. What? What? They trying to stand up and fight now. Go away and stand until you go and stand not still. Sorry. Don't stay still until you will stand what? Another day. Remember Yahweh afar off. No, don't just remember me in the land of Babylon. Remember me afar off. And let Jerusalem come into your mind, not Africa. We are ashamed though, right? What's the problem? Why everybody running to Africa? Yeah, it's weird being black. Right? Yeah, we stand out. We got a decoy amongst us, right? We got Malcolm as a decoy. You're going to be our new decoy. We got a couple decoys. Who? Dana is a decoy. Sometimes I'm a decoy. And they be confused like, are they black? Right? So they don't know what they confused. They confused, right? But we are ashamed, right? Because we have heard of a reproach. What's the reproach that they heard? Right? Johnny's in the land, but Johnny's not treating us really good either. That's the reproach, though. That we having a hard time. People are getting deported. We got to keep, but they getting deported from Africa too. They don't want to come to this land. What could Jediyah say? You failed, prophet, to tell them about the wickedness in Israel. I didn't fail nothing. The people that knew me, I spoke the truth about what's going on in Israel, but that don't mean you got to be a part of it. I did what y'all said. He said, return inside the borders. I didn't say everybody come to Israel. Who said that? Who told you that? You didn't call you called all the way to Israel to find people that knew me. Why you ain't call them false prophets? You see what I'm saying? Why you didn't stand up, Jediyah, against all of all those communities that's in the land right now that believed in this and prophesied? Why you didn't do that to them? Why they not hyenas? In fact, you picked up the phone to those, according to your testimony, they are false prophets. You picked up the phone to talk to false prophets about how to destroy me, because I prophesied the same thing that they followed or supposedly followed, right? Don't make no sense. All right. We heard of a reproach, right? We Mexicans in the land. We ain't got no status. We ain't got no home. We are wanderers, right? Can't find, right? And cover the shame on our faces, for strangers are come into our sanctuaries of Yahweh's house. There's strangers in our land. So that's why they all run into Africa. They want to see black people, and they find it out. Ain't no difference. They still fleeing from Tanzania, to, right? You see Ghana flip the script on us. Okay. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that I will do judgment upon her graven images, and though all her land shall groan and be wounded, no safe place, though Babylon should mount up to heaven, and though she shall fortify her height for her strength, yet from me shall a spoiler come unto her, says Yahweh. So Yah anointed somebody, it is not us, to be his battle axe. He anointed somebody to be the spoiler for him. A sound of a cry coming from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of Chaldeans. I'm almost done, y'all. Because Yahweh has devastated Babylon and destroyed out of her great voice. When her waves do roar like great waters, a noise of their voice is uttered, because the spoiler is come upon her, even upon Babylon. Her mighty men are taken, everyone with their bows is broken. The ell of recompenses, Yahweh shall surely pay back. I will make drunk her princesses, and her wise men, and her captains, and her rulers, and her mighty men, and they shall sleep a perpetual sleep and not wake, says the King, whose name is Yahweh of hosts. Thus says Yahweh of hosts, the broad walls of Babylon shall utterly be broken, and her high gates shall be burned with fire, and the people shall labor in vain, and the folk in the fire, and they shall be weary. The word which Jeremiah the prophet commanded Seraiah, the son of Neriah, the son of Maaseiah, when he went to Zedekiah, the king of Judah, into Babylon in the 4th year of his reign. And this Seraiah was a quiet prince. So Jeremiah wrote in all the book, all the evil that should come upon Babylon, even all these words that are written against Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Seraiah, when thou come to Babylon and shalt see and shalt read all these words, then shalt thou say, O Yahweh, thou hast spoken against this place to cut it off, that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but that it is to be desolate forever. And it shall be, when thou hast made an end of the reading of this book, that thou shalt bind a stone to it and cast it in the midst of the Euphrates. That's Revelations 18, so it couldn't have been then. And thou shalt say, thus shall Babylon sink, and shall not rise from the evil that I will bring upon her, and they shall be weary. For far are the words, thus far of the words of Jeremiah. Okay, so now we're going to go to Yahushua's warning. Matthew 24, I do this in the coming of the Son of Man, and I'm going to do it again. I'm going to keep pulling it out, right? Matthew 24, I'm going to read all three and show you the difference, but I'm going to speed through it because I did a whole lesson. Go see the coming of the Son of Man. I explain it word by word, verse by word, scripture upon scripture to let it interpret itself. But since if you haven't listened to me, I just got to give it to you. And he that sat on the mountain of Olives, I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, and he sat on the Mount of Olives, and disciples came to him privately, saying, tell us when these things will be. What is the sign of your coming and the end of the age? So there is a sign of his coming. Nobody seems to know the sign. And the end of the age. Yahushua answered them, be careful that no one leads you astray. I'm going to only pull out the things that might look a little different. Tell us when these things shall be. He said, when every stone shall fall to the ground. He says, see you, these temples and palaces that we built, all the stones. He said, there will be not one stone left upon another. You want to understand that? Go back to Lamentations. Read 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it will show you what the stones are that he says will not be left upon another. That's us. What is the sign that these things are about to happen? So the sign of his coming is a sign that tells us these things are about to happen. These things are all about to be accomplished, right? And he says, be careful that no one leads you astray. This Luke says, so when these things be, what is the sign that these things are about to happen? And he said, watch out that you don't get led astray. By what? The false prophets that's telling you everything opposite of what YAH said, how you should be led, right? We're going to have a lot of false prophets. Everybody rising up as false prophets now, right? And then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in the heavens. Then they will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power and glory. Then they will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with power and great glory. So we got a sign, and then they're going to see the sign is the Son of Man appearing in heaven with great power. Okay. 6, and you will then begin to hear of wars and rumors of wars. That's now. See that you aren't troubled, right? So everybody's rising up. Oh my goodness, we got 2 years and some change. Don't be troubled just yet, for it is necessary, according to the prophecy, for it to take place, but the end is not yet. Hear me out. I've been trying to tell y'all this before. However, I'm about getting out before it go down. Right? When you hear of wars and rumors of wars, don't be troubled, for those must happen, but the end is not yet. When you hear wars and disorder, don't be terrified, for these things must happen first, but won't come immediately. The end. It feels a little more natural, right? Okay, we got a little time, but we really don't, right? Watch this. I'm going to show you this in the prophecy. What must happen? For race will rise against race, kingdom or realm against kingdom, and there will be famines, plagues, and earthquakes in various places, right? But all these things are the beginning of birth pains. So Israel has a birth pain and Babylon has a birth pain. But the beginning of our birth pain. The wars and rumors of wars, the race against race, kingdom against kingdom, plagues and earthquakes in various places. Now, we have earthquakes in various places. What does he mean by earthquakes? All right. When you hear wars and rumors of wars, don't be troubled, for those must happen, but the end is not yet. For race will rise against race, kingdom against kingdom. There will be earthquakes throughout places. There will be famines. These are the beginning of birth pains. Now, I'm telling you that the earthquakes, yes, you can say little earthquakes, but the earthquakes is upheavals, uprisings. That's been happening for the last couple of years, but more so with the COVID, there's uprisings. Those are earthquakes, right? Within societies. When you hear wars and disorder, don't be terrified, for these things must happen first, but won't come immediately. Then he said to them, race will rise against race, kingdom against kingdom. There will be earthquakes, both great, famine and pestilence in various places. There will be fearful sights and great signs from heaven. All right, Messiah is quoting something. I just read something about Babylon, right? What did it say? He's giving you a marker. Messiah is giving you a marker to go back to something in prophecy. Where did I see it? And a report will come 1 year, and after that, another year, right? You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, and then violence, earthquakes, and upheavals going to break out in the land, ruler against ruler. This is a marker for something Yahushua was talking about. The end is not yet, but it's not going to immediately happen. But we are in the time of the end. We are in those 3.5 years. Mark my word. All right. Watch this. It's going to be one more marker that refers to this prophet. So we see Messiah marking, he said, in that day, kingdom against kingdom. And so we see that prophecy in Jeremiah 51 about the destruction of Babylon. We see wars and rumors of wars, violence in the land. In the land means upheavals within, right? And ruler against ruler. Watch this. Okay, let me go back. For then there will be, did I skip something? Hold on. These are the beginning of birth pains. We already started that. It's what's causing us to leave, right? Ever since the COVID, right? Beginning of birth pains, meaning something is about to die and something is about to be born. Signs from heaven, great signs from heaven. What's the signs from heaven? Let's see, right? For then there will be great tribulation. What? The end. For then, right before the end, there will be, and as these things go forward, there will be a great tribulation, such as has never been from the beginning of the world until now, nor not ever will be. What's the tribulation? On us. Until those days have been, why? Unless those days have been shortened, no flesh would have been saved. Is this talking about the whole world? No. But for the elect and the chosen ones, those days will be shortened. But it means docked, meaning it's docked amount of time that I'm gonna let this go on. And it's only there so that you will flee, right? For in those days, tribulation, such as there was not been like the beginning of creation. I'm gonna shake the heavens and the earth, which Elohim created until now and never will be, unless Yahweh has shortened the days, no flesh have been saved. But for the elect whom he chosen, he shortened or docked the days. They will fall by the edge of the sword and will be led away captive in all nations, and Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until that the time of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So what is he talking about? What's the great tribulation? Violence against us in the land. Watch this. Okay. Once again, waste not the wine or the oil. What a balance of 1 week for a penny and 3 for a penny. This is the math of the 2/3 and the 1/3 coming out, but the wine and the oil is 10, is the tithes, the 10%. Okay. All of this is going to happen, right? War, he's disgraced, conquering, wars and rumors of wars. He sat to take peace from the earth and kill one another by the sword. That's what's going on, right? Wars and rumors and upheavals. The balance of 1 week for a penny, and waste not the wine and the oil is the beginning of our tribulation through this. Death and grave follows. 1/4 will be killed by the sword, hunger, death, and beast. That's what's going on to continue in this. And the holy ones killed for the word of Yah. There's going to be some of us right here that's going to be killed for the word of Yah. When is vengeance until more is slain. So we have more that's shepherds that got to be slain. Then we have blood, sun, moon, dark, fig tree. Find the fig tree. Okay, let's forget it. It's called the wrath of the Lamb, the kites, the end. Kites is the end of is summer. When is summer, y'all? Wait a minute, what did I do? Let me go back. All right. I feel like I didn't finish the whole thing, and maybe that's all I wanted. Okay, that's all I wanted to explain. The wars and rumors of wars, but the end is not yet, because I'm only dealing with what's needed to be known this time. So y'all talked about the one. This one that I anointed, a shepherd, I anointed him. The name is called a Messiah, y'all. He did it for our purpose. He comes in the spirit of the King of the Medes. So it's right. Isaiah 45:1, Cyrus anointed. Thus says Yahweh to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped. And I subdued nations before him to loose the belts of kings and to open doors before him, the gates that may not be closed. I will go before you and level the mountains. What? And I will break down the gates of bronze and cut through the bars of iron. That's the Greco-Roman Empire. That's Babylon today. I will give you the treasures of darkness. What's that? The treasures of the storehouses of darkness, the weapons of mass destruction, and the hidden riches of the secret places, so that you may know that I am Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, who calls you by name. For Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, my elect, I have called thee by thy name. I will surname thee, though thou hast not known me. That wasn't Cyrus. Cyrus knew Yahweh. They even sent them back and said, go build the temple to Yahweh, all of that. Whoever this is that he's calling by his name is surnamed Cyrus, the king of the Medes, coming in the spirit of Cyrus to utterly destroy Babylon like that. And this one has not known Yahweh. I am Yahweh, and there's no other besides me. There's no Elohim. I equip you, though you don't know me. So this prince of Rosh, this chosen one servant that Yah is stripping his arm and making him his arm, has opened up the treasures of darkness and blessed him and prospered him. He does not know Yahweh. He thinks he's doing it on his own. Right? He thinks he's doing it by his own power. Yah is allowing that to happen for our escape and for the judgment, y'all. It's for us. But then this one is going to figure out about Yahweh in the end, and then it's going to comfort us. He's going to switcheroo. He doesn't know Yahweh. He thinks it's just his time, right? No. If he get after 50 years or 2,000 years or 5,000 years that he's an ancient nation, they ruled once on this earth. And they haven't ruled ever since the four beasts have rose up and conquered. And Russia has been on the bottom, and China, all of that. If he rules after 50 years of his planet and he takes over, do you think he's going to give his rule up to a bunch of Negroes? No, he's not, y'all. All right, he doesn't know Yahweh. Cyrus the Anointed, Daniel 11:2-4. Now then, I tell you the truth, there 3 more kings will arise in Persia, and then a 4th, who will be far richer than all the others. And when he has gained power by his wealth, he will stir up everyone against the kingdom or the realm of Grecia. This is the war against the kingdom of the north and the south. But this goes opposite. People read the 4 beasts. King of Persia is going to what? Destroy the realm of Greece. Did that happen in the 4 beasts of Daniel? Lay me out the 4 beasts and who destroyed who. Babylon, Persia, Medo-Persia beats Babylon, and Greece beats Persia. So what is this? 3 more kings will arise in Persia, and then a 4th, who will be far richer than all the others. When he has gained power by his wealth, he will stir up everyone against the realm of Greece. That's the king of Medo-Persia, y'all, right? And a mighty king will arise, and he will rule with great authority and do as he pleases. And as soon as he is risen, his kingdom shall be broken and divided towards the 4th winds of heaven. As soon as the kingdom, meaning he got a short time to reign, it's going to be divided to the 4 corners of the earth. 3.5 years, that's a short time to rule. This Negro, through all of this, to conquer the world, and he only reigns for 3.5 years. No, that's quick, y'all. That's compared to great Babylon. Babylon has reigned for 500 years. This nigga gonna raise up. Y'all's giving him all the power to raise up, and just as soon as he raises up, he gonna be destroyed. 3.5 years to reign is nothing for empire. Okay. Towards the four winds of heaven, but not to his posterity, nor according to the authority which he is ruled. For his kingdom shall be plucked up and go to others beside these. Who's it going to? Who's the kingdom going to right now? Us. His kingdom is going to be plucked up and it's going to go to us, right? His posterity is all the weapons and everything that he did, the riches, everything that he gained. It's not going to have no power over us. And I skip on down to 40 because I keep trying to tell people we connected to this thing. And at the time of the end, the kites, which shall happen to your people, the king of the south will engage him in battle, and the king of the north will storm out against him with his chariots and cavalry and a great fleet of ships. And he will invade many countries and sweep them through them like a flood. The king of the north is the spirit of Persia, but Persia is with that, right? Iran is joining Russia, China, all of them. Against the king of the south is the realm of Grecia, which is Babylon, America today. It's the ancient Grecian Roman Empire. All right. We almost done. Isaiah 19, the burden concerning Egypt. Now, a lot of people would read things and be like, we're not supposed to go to Egypt, because they read these things and Yah is using the terms of ancient nations to describe nations today. He's not going to say Britain and France and America. That's why you got problems. There ain't no prophecy about America and Britain and France, right? He did name Prince of Rosh, right? But by his old territories. And he said, I'm raising him up in the spirit of the king of Russia, right? Because it's the four beasts going around, around, around. The burden concerning Egypt. I'm saying again that this is not Egypt here. This is Egypt there. The burden of Egypt. Now, remember, I had just read to you the reason why I'm bringing this out. You will hear wars and rumors of wars, but the end is not yet. But those days will be shortened when the great tribulation happens. You will hear a report in 1 year and another report in another year, and then violence will break out in the land, ruler against ruler. He says, Yahushua gave you a mocking point, race against race, kingdom against kingdom, right? Where did he get that from? Watch this. What are we talking about? The burden of Egypt. Behold, Yahweh rides on a swift cloud and comes to Egypt. What cloud is that? The spirit of the wind of fire. The idols of Egypt will tremble at his presence. That's his presence. And the heart of Egypt will melt in his midst. I will stir up the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they will fight everyone against his brother. This is violence in the land. And everyone against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. This is internal war. No, they know what Mitzrayim. Okay, Mitzrayim. Okay. All right. And everyone against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. That's what Yahushua was referring you to, about what was going to happen right before the great tribulation. Wars and rumors of wars, but there's going to be eternal. You will hear a report and another year and a report, and then violence will break out in the land. What land? That was Babylon. This is Egypt, Mitzrayim. Yeah. The land of double rebellion. So this is the sign of his coming, y'all. This is what we're gonna get caught up in, because this is a race war. Okay, let me help you. America against American, and they will fight everyone against his brother, and everyone against his neighbor, city against city, and race against race. The spirit of Mitzrayim will fail in its midst, and I will destroy its counsel. So inside is going to corrode with inside. Whatever y'all's going to use to trigger this violence, right? They will seek their idols. The charmers, those who have familiar spirits and wizards. And perhaps it's a blackout, because what's the charmers and familiar wisdom? The phone and computers. I will give over the Egyptians into the hand of a cruel master, a fierce king who will rule over them, says Yahweh Sabaoth. The waters will fail from the sea and the rivers will be wasted and become dry. Didn't we just read that about Babylon? The rivers will become foul and the streams of Egypt will be diminished and dried up, and the reeds and the flags will wither away. The meadows by the Nile, by the brink of the Nile, and all the sown fields of the Nile will become dry, be driven away, and be no more. The fishermen will lament. Who's the fisherman? Who's lamenting? The prophets that was fishing in the waters, trying to get us out. Could we have done more? And all those who fish in the Nile will mourn. And those who spread nets over the waters will languish. What's the net? Over the waters. On the YouTube. I'm surfing on these waters, on the internet, on the wave of the clouds, right? That's a water too. We will lament. Why? Because we have been hollering, get out. Moreover, those who work in comb flax, and those who weave white cloth will be confounded. The pillars will be broken in pieces. All those who work for hire will be grieved in soul. The princes of Zoan are utterly foolish. The counsel of the wise counselors of Pharaoh has become stupid. How do they say to Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise, the son of the ancient kings? Now, this is about us. The princes of Zoan are us, the leaders that is talking about getting big land and going down to the farmlands, back to the plantations, right? I showed you that in the other prophecies about the princes of Zoan coming down to us as messengers saying, come on, let's get this land and go, let's get under Pharaoh's shadow. And he said, I'm gonna make that you're gonna get under Pharaoh's shadow, your oppressor, right? So this is the argument that people got against the Board of Watchmen. You keep saying pull out the system, but you putting people more in the system. You got to pay land taxes. You know about eminent domain. If there's going to be apocalyptic war, how you not going to be affected by that? Even your wells. We talking about nuclear radiation, and what they don't know. She could be a realtor all she wants. I took environmental literature while I was going through construction, and I learned that most of those lands that's being sold as cheap is dump yards for waste from the industrial industry. They dumped that stuff all underneath those land and covered it up, and hoping that they won't get breached. But what took place in Flint, Michigan, and some other Aaron Brockovich, that movie was another. That's been happening all over America through some breaches of that stuff leaking further down into the water wells and becoming poison. But a bomb breach or a war breach would breach all of those lands up, all of that poison up. Yahweh has missed the spirit of perverseness. Where am I? And the princes of Zion become fools. The princes of Memphis are deceived, for they cause Egypt to go astray, who are the cornerstone of her tribes. Yahweh has mixed a spirit of perverseness in the midst of her, and they have caused Egypt to go astray in all of its works, like a drunken man staggers in his vomit. Neither shall there be for Egypt any work which head or tail, palm branch or rush may do. In that day, the Mitzrayim will be like women. That's what we just read for Babylon, right? So is this talking? Will be like women. They will tremble and fear because of the shaking of the hand, the arm of Yahweh, which he shall shake over them. The land of Judah will become a terror to Egypt. Everyone to whom mention is made of it will be afraid because of the plans of Yahweh Zebaoth, which he determines against it. So why is we going to be the land of Judah become a terror to Mitzrayim? Because he's doing it because of what they just did to us right before this. Right before this, they're going to plunder us, right? In that day, there will be 5 cities in the land of Egypt that will speak the language of Canaan. What's that? What's the language of Canaan? Oh, the language of Canaan is about is destruction. And swear to Yahweh Zebaoth, one will be called the city of destruction, right? And in that day there will be an altar to Yahweh in the midst of the land to Egypt. This sounds like a good thing, right? What's an altar for? Okay, a sacrifice. And a pillar to Yahweh at its border. What that mean? While the sacrifice is going on, someone will escape. A pillar is something that's going to hold them up at the border. For what? To escape. It's going to be the last remnant of us escaping at the border. It will be for a sign and for a witness to Yahweh Zebaoth in the land of Egypt, for they will cry to Yahweh because of oppressors. See? This is before the war. And he will send them a savior and a defender, and he will deliver them. Who's that? Russia. They think this is the Messiah. No. This is the one that Yah is sending. When Russia do what he's going to do, there may be some call or something that helps a few escape right at the border before it goes down. I don't know all the details of that. Right? Yahweh will be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians will know Yahweh in that day. Yes, they will worship with sacrifice and offering and will bow a vow to Yahweh and will perform it. Yahweh will strike Egypt, striking and healing, and they will return to Yahweh, and he will be entreated by them and will heal them. Who are we talking about? When he's talking about the Egyptians here, who is he talking about? Who? Us in Babylon, right? I'm gonna prove it, because I know this is one to be like, what? So Egypt gonna be saved? So they think this was physical Egypt, not it. No, this is America. What is he saying here? It sounds like a good thing, like he's gonna spare some. No. Let me. I'm gonna show you the interpretation. In that day, there will be a highway out of Assyria, Egypt to Assyria. Y'all know where Egypt is, right? Y'all know where Assyria is. Let me go back to the map. Hold on. I want y'all to understand that reading this by itself, unless you read the other scriptures, will confuse you on what it's saying. Let me go back to the map. There's going to be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria. Where's Egypt? Right here, right? Where's Assyria? Right here. Y'all's going to make a highway out of Egypt into Assyria? Okay. Watch this. It's not making sense. So I just want y'all to know a highway out of Egypt to Assyria. Look at the landscape, right? Okay. Why it couldn't be saying exactly what it's saying. In that day, right? This is we're gonna be delivered out of this because of oppression. There will be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and Assyria shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptians into Assyria, and the Egyptians will worship with the Assyrians. That don't make no sense, do it? Like your mind will go to the lands, but no, I'm gonna show you the prophecy. Who's the Assyrians? Who is y'all talking about? When he's talking about a healing and a treating, the ones that get saved at the borders. We are Assyrians and Egyptians, Americans, right? Watch, I'm gonna prove it. And in that day, Israel will be the third of Egypt, and with Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the earth. Why is he saying that? Is Assyria and Egypt joining Israel? I used to think that. That's not what he's saying. We are Israel, but we are also Egyptians and we are Syrians. A blessing in the midst of the earth, because Yahweh of Zebaoth has blessed them, saying, blessed be my people, Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel my inheritance. Egypt is my people. Think about this. Who he talking about when he says in that day will be the third with Egypt? and Assyria. 1/3 is coming out, right? What is this? Blessed be Egypt, my people. Who's y'all's people? Us in Egypt. Assyria, the work of my hand. Who he said he was going to make us over with his hands, create us and make us again. They didn't see that lesson. That was last week. That he going to recreate us and choose us and form us again. We that. And Israel, we are in his inheritance. No. Okay. Y'all don't believe me? Keep watching. I'm in Isaiah 11. I think I'm going to go back to 10. So that was Isaiah 19. I'm Isaiah 11 at 10. It will happen in the day that the nations will seek the root of Jesse, who stands as a banner of the peoples, and his resting place will be glorious. It will happen in that day, Yahweh will send his hand again a second time to recover the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, from Egypt, from Patros, from Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. It is, how do I say? So you see how your whole, so Isaiah said race against race, and it was like a key note to go look at the other prophecies that fill in the rest. The Messiah repeated it again to go back and look at the prophecies that fill in the rest. So when he's talking about Assyria, Egypt, 1/3, that's the finish, right? This is the whole prophecy. He will set his hand again a second time to recover the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, from Egypt, and from Patros, from Cush, from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the isles of the sea. What happened? We got scattered out. We left, but we're not gathered yet, right? He will set up a banner for the nations and will assemble the outcasts of Israel. We're outcasts now. We are the outcasts. And gather together the dispersed. We're dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the known world. This is the known world. After Babylon goes down, we're the known world. The envy of Ephraim will depart, and those who persecute Judah will be cut off. Ephraim won't envy Levi, and Judah won't persecute Ephraim. They will fly down on the shoulders of the Philistines on the west, right? So where are some of us? So we also are, we in Assyria, we in Egypt, from Assyria and Egypt, right? From Patros, we coming out of these places, from Cush, that's Africa, Elam, Shinar, Hamath, that's the east, and the isles of the sea, right? Some of us may be in Europe at this time, but when that wall goes down, we all coming back, because they wasn't supposed to go here, were they? No, they wasn't supposed to go here. However, this is where we got dispersed, right? He says, and they will fly down on the shoulders of the Philistines on the west, right? The shoulders is like the valley. Where's Philistine? That's Israel. Guess what? That's where most of our people in Israel are, on the west coast of it. Together, right? He's showing how we coming in these highways. Together, they will plunder the children of the east. What's the children of the east? We coming from Jordan too. Some of us are in Jordan. They will extend their power over Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon will obey them. We coming down. All of us, we coming across and coming in. Some of us is coming from up north. Some of us is coming from Israel, over into the east, crossing into Jordan. Some of us are in Egypt now. Some of us are in Africa, but they're going to be crossing over the Red Sea and Africa and Cush and all of this. Yahweh will utterly destroy the tongue. Yahweh will utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea. And with his scorching wind, he will wave his hand over the river and will split it into 7 streams and cause men to march over in sandals. So you can see we come out of Egypt to split Egypt again. No, this is the highway. Now from here, right? 7 streams we crossing over. There will be a highway for the remnant that is left of his people from Assyria, like there was for Israel in the day that we came up out of the land of Egypt. Make sense? All right. I'm almost done here. Elohim will restore Israel. Jeremiah 16, starting at verse 14. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that it shall no longer be said, as Yahweh lives, who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but as Yahweh lives, who brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north. and from all the countries where he had driven them. We got driven away. We're going to be in a scattered state. I will bring them again into their lands that I gave to their fathers, not Africa. Behold, I will send for many fishermen, and the fishermen will lament, right? I'm the fisherman. I've been fishing through the waters and over the spreading a net, saying, come out, says Yahweh, and they shall fish them up out of the nations. And afterward, what's coming? I'm going to send many hunters, and they shall hunt for them from every mountain and from every hill and out of the cleft of the rocks. Y'all don't want to be the ones fleeing at that end. Get out. So yes, the rebellious of us that wait to the last minute and don't want to be fished, they're going to be hunted. And a few of us will come out of that. But ooh, I'm going back, Isaiah 10, starting at 20. It will come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel and those who have escaped from the house of Jacob will no more again lean on him who struck them. Why did we escape out of the house of Jacob? What is escaping out of the house of Jacob? It's a siege against us. We the house of Jacob. Will no more again lean on him who struck them. Who we leaning on? When they getting all these lands, Pharaoh, who struck, y'all leaning on Pharaoh. But shall lean on Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel. This is what I just said. All my people who call themselves by, right? They lean on themselves. They rely on themselves and not me. A remnant will return, even the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty El. For though your people Israel are like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will return. A destruction is determined, an overflowing with righteousness. That's what's going to happen to us. And they don't want to read this. For Yahweh Zebaoth will make a full end, and that determined in the midst of all the earth. Therefore, Yahweh Zebaoth says, my people who dwell in Zion, don't be afraid of the Assyrian, though he strike you with the rod and lift up the staff against you, as did Egypt. Well, the oppression that's about to come is coming on our people. We said that's why we can't get involved with when we get hung, they're gonna rise up. We're gonna rise up, and more oppression is coming. He's saying these things must happen. Is there for you to know. That's the sign. Get out, right? For yet a very little while, and the indignation against you will be accomplished, right? And so this is Yah dividing us. This is the measurement line against us. But those that do know their Elohim, don't be afraid. Do Yah, right? And my anger will be directed to his destruction. Yahweh Zebaoth will stir up a scourge against him, right? So remember I read to you, don't mock, don't laugh, or you scoffers and mockers of Israel, who say in peace and nothing will touch us. The board watchmen denied that nothing is local lands, the Hebrew nation is one, we the new Goshens. Don't mock and scoff and say that nothing will touch you. For I will bring an overwhelming scourge against you, right? Where was I? Against him, as in the slaughter of Midian on the rock of Oreb. His rod will be over the sea, and he will lift it up like he did against Egypt. It will happen in that day that his burden will depart from off your shoulder, and his yoke from off your neck, and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing oil. I'm in Isaiah 13, the judgment against Babylon. So I'm showing you all these prophecies, the line to understand what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, how much time we got. Things are going to look like we got peace. And they looking like they're doing well for a second. Russia talking about bombing America, but it don't happen for another 2 years. Just a lot of blah, 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 right? And we are also going through persecution and being scattered while this is happening. And they're going to mock us. They gonna mock us and talk about we got our lands, we good, we rich, we making money, we relied on Pharaoh. Watch. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos saw, set up a banner and bear on the bare mountain. Lift up your voice to them, wave your hand that they may go into the gates of the nobles. I have commanded my consecrated ones, Yes, I've called my mighty men from the danger, from my anger. Who's the consecrated ones? That means holy, sanctified. Who did he holy and sanctified? The ones and all the bands. This is the Prince of Rosh, the spirit of the Medes, and all that's going to join him. Even my proudly exalted ones. The noise of the multitude is in the mountains as a great people, as of a great people. The noise of an uproar of the kingdoms of the nations gathered together. Yahweh Zebaoth is mustering the army for the battle. They come from a far country, from the uttermost part of heaven, even Yahweh, the weapons of his indignation. So I'm showing you again everything that's happening. Yah is doing it. It must happen. He's not our enemy yet, but he will be in the end. To destroy the whole land. Wail, for the day of Yahweh is at hand. It will come as destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and everyone's heart will melt. They will be dismayed. Pains and sorrow will seize them, and they will be in pain like a woman in labor. They will look in amazement one to another, and their faces will be faces of flame. Behold, the day of Yahweh comes, cruel, with wrath and fierce anger, and make the land a desolation, to destroy its sinners out of it. For the stars of the sky and its constellations will not give their light. See, the sun will be darkened in its going forth, and the moon will not cause its light to shine. So we just saw that for two different wars. One was the destruction of Babylon, and the other one was destruction of the nations coming up against us. And both of them have stars. The constellations will not give their light, and the sun will be darkened in its going forth, and the moon will not cause its light to shine. I will punish the world for their evil and the wickedness for their iniquity, and I will cause the arrogant and the proud to cease, and I will humble the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make people more rare than fine gold, even a person than the pure gold of Ophir. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place in the wrath of Yahweh Zebaoth in the days of his fierce anger. It will happen that like a hunted gazelle and a sheep that no one gathers, they will each turn to their own people, and each will flee to their own land. Everyone who is found will be thrust through. Found where? Inside of Babylon will be thrust through. Everyone is captured will fall by the sword. Their infants also will be dashed in pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be ransacked and their wives raped. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them. There it is again, who will not value silver, and as for gold, they will not delight in it. Their bows will dash the young men in pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not spare children. Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldeans, pride will be like when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It will never be inhabited, neither will it be lived in from generation to generation. The Arabian will not pitch a tent there, neither will shepherds make their flocks lie down there. What's this mean? What does it mean that Arabian pitch their tents? Arabia and America is one with the petrodollar. And neither will shepherds make their flocks lie down there, meaning that they're not going to come there and set up shop. But wild animals, right? They set up shop to sell oil. But wild animals of the desert will lie there, and their houses will be full of jackals. Ostriches will dwell there, and wild goats will frolic there. Wolves will cry in their castles, and jackals in the pleasant places. Her time is near to come, and her days will not be prolonged. So what is that? We see here once again, black, sun, moon, blood, stars fall, and the figs cast their untimely fruit. Escape and flee. I'm going to end with this, and I'm going to keep on giving this, and you're not going to shut me up until it's over. Escape and flee. Escape. That's all we saw, right? We ain't see nothing about flying nowhere and poofing, right? Escape, flee, run, escape, flee, get out, come out, deliver yourself, escape, get out. That's all we saw from prophecy to prophecy. Revelations 12. This is how I busted Jediyah with his lie before. She gave birth to a son, a male child, who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. Her child was caught up to Elohim and to his throne. The woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared by Elohim that they may nourish her 1,260 days. That's about 3.5 years. And then you go further down. He just wants to read 2 wings and don't look that the word is interpreting itself. 13, and when the dragon saw that he was thrown down to the earth, he persecuted the woman, right, who gave birth to the male child. Same prophecy. And 2 wings of a great eagle were given to the woman that she might fly into the wilderness into her place. Well, what does it mean to fly? It means to flee fast. It means to go in haste, to be moved by fear and terror and run. Like, so when somebody's running fast, we're like, man, she's flying. So get your back, you flying, right? 2 wings and of the great eagle. Yah did that before. How did we leave Egypt? He said, I bore you on my eagle's wings before. What did that look like? We came out in haste. We had 1 night to pack and get out. But this is for who? For all those that leave last minute. So that she might be nourished for a time and a times and a half of times from the face of the serpent. Now the serpent is chasing us all the way to the borders. It's chasing us all. It said after it destroys Babylon, it's coming through countries. And it's coming through the lands. So we're gonna be chasing to the end. Zechariah 2:1. And I lifted up my eyes and saw, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. Then I asked, where are you going? He said, to measure Jerusalem, to see what is the breadth and what is the length. Behold, the angel who talked with me went forth, and another angel went out to meet him. I do this whole thing in, no, not the coming of the Son of Man, but New Jerusalem, the wilderness. I go through this whole thing about the measurement line, and I do it also in my radio show on Debate Talk for You, Prophetical Wanted, right? The measurement line. Then I asked, where are you going? He said, to measure Jerusalem, to see what is the breadth and what is the length. Behold, the angel who talked with me went forth, and another angel went out to meet him. And he said to him, run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem will be inhabited as villages without walls. That's Joel. Have you come? That's Ezekiel 30. Have you come to evade the people that fled and escaped from the nations by the sword, that have always been desolate? Have you come to take a spoil of people that now dwell in safety and in peace and in villages without walls? Because of the multitude of men and livestock in it. For I, says Yahweh, will be to her a wall of fire around it, and I will be the glory in the midst of it. That's how we're going to win that second war. Come, flee from the land of the north. I didn't know that Jediyah can decide when he gonna grow wings. If we're gonna sit back and wait for Yah, what are we waiting for then? His call. Through who? The prophets. Says Yahweh, for I have spread you abroad as the 4 winds of the sky. See? You've been scattered to the 4 winds of the earth, the corners, right? Everywhere you've been scattered. Come, Zion, escape. You who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. For thus says Yahweh Zebaoth, for honor he has sent me to the nations which plunder you. For he who touches you touches the apple of his eye. For behold, I will shake my hand over them, and they will be a spoil to those who serve them. And you will know that Yahweh Zebaoth has sent me. Sing and rejoice, daughter of Zion. For behold, I come and I will dwell in the midst of you, says Yahweh. Many nations shall join themselves to Yahweh in that day and shall be my people, and I will dwell in the midst of you. And you shall know that Yahweh Zebaoth has sent me to you. Yahweh will inherit Judah as his portion in the Holy Land and will again choose Jerusalem. Are we chosen? Are we Israel? Are we Zion? Are we the house of Israel? So shut your mouth. All of you that's coming up here talking about we HBs, we the Hebrew Israelites, we the people of the book. These people don't know nothing about that. And you are screaming terrorism to them. And everybody in every group that has come up here hollering that in the streets has created a problem for the return. Everyone that's going to holler that from Africa all the way here is going to get deported. Shut your mouth, you arrogant, prideful, wicked. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Be silent, all flesh, before Yahweh, for he has roused himself from his holy habitations. We are not Israel yet. We are not Jerusalem yet. We are not Zion yet. Shut your mouth. I said before that there are people in this world that know nothing about us. They know nothing about even our slavery. There's a whole generation on this side of the world that has been lied to. Lied to. And it's not you, it's not for you to prove who we are, because you are saying to them that you don't belong here. That's a threat. You don't come in somebody's house and tell them, you know, this is really my house, right? You know, this is really my daddy's house, and your daddy stole my house, and sit there and think that they're going to drink tea with you and give you a corner in the house. And that's what these people up here doing. Yeah, we the people of the book. We the HB. You say HB, that's a terrorist here. You a terrorist. Shut your mouth. He said, I said, return to me in comfort and in silence, but you would not. Shut your mouths. Ecclesiastes, I'm almost done here. I'm really almost done. I think we got two more, and this is the end of my message for today. Ecclesiastes 7:23. All this I have proved in wisdom. I said, I will be wise, but it was far from me. That which is far off and exceedingly deep. Who can find it out? I turned around and my heart sought to know and to search out and to seek wisdom and the scheme of things, and to know that wickedness is stupidity and that foolishness is madness. I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and traps. What woman? The adulterous woman. Who's that? A Babylon American. Whose hands are chains. Whoever pleases Elohim shall escape from her, but the sinner will be ensnared by her. And I end with this. Jeremiah 50:28 again. The voice of those who flee and escape from the land of Babylon. Declare in Zion the vengeance of Yahweh our Elohim, the vengeance of his temple. Hallelujah. So I come back to show you what the hand of Yah looks like when he's going to wave it. The weapons of his indignation, the treasures of his darkness that he has given and supplied to this one called the shepherd, called Cyrus, called the anointed one, called the chosen one, that's coming in the spirit of the king of Medes to destroy Babylon for the day of vengeance, the wrath of the Lamb. And I showed you that that destruction is a total, complete destruction. And because of that, because we won't hear it, Yah is going to create wars and rumors of wars and trembling and fearing and earthquakes and rising up in violence in the land. And we're going to get caught up in that violence because that is our great tribulation. It is there so you will come out so you don't what? Get of her plagues, which is fire, brimstone, sulfur. There is no safe place in that land. Blessed is the man that will escape before the wrath. For once again, he is going to shake the heavens and the earth, and there will be a destruction that no man can stand it. That's my message for today. And it's not only today, I'm going to keep bringing it another way and another way and another way as Yah deems me to do it by his word. So y'all can continue to set up rounds with me, fighting matches. And at the end of every fight match, I'm going to hold up the sign, come out of her, my people. Please keep the fight alive. See live. Shalom, shalom.